Test, test, test.
Do you wish you were a public figure?
This mic is picking up out right here, so just FYI. So. Yes, sir. Just letting you know. So, all right. I'm gonna sit it right here on this table for you. And it's picking up about right here, just FYI. So you know.
And it's already on.
Yes, sir. Yo.
Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Troy Taylor of First Baptist Church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Father, we are grateful to have your ear and your presence today. I thank you for this great hall and all the guests that are here. I thank you for our city and for our mayor and his staff. We pray over our mayor that you would give him wisdom and guidance. I thank you for the city council and their leadership, Father, that you would provide them wisdom. There's nothing that this city needs, or there's nothing impossible outside of your hand and your power. So we pray for that. And Father, I just pray for the citizens and the homes represented in this town called Lawton. And we love you and we thank you, Father, for all your blessings. Guide this meeting today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. And please call the roll.
Hankins, Harris, Chapman, Gill, Hampton, Uyghur, Johnson, Warren.
Okay, and now it's time for a presentation, introduction of new Parks and Recreation Director. John.
Mayor, Council, it is my distinct honor and privilege today to introduce our new Parks and Recreation Director, Larry Parks. Larry, will you come on up to the podium, please? Larry, Command Sergeant Major, retired Parks, served in the Army for over 30 years. I met Larry about 10 years ago. He was my brigade Command Sergeant Major when we deployed to Afghanistan. I've seen him in a lot of pressure-packed situations, so I know that he's up for the challenge. And you just won't meet a finer man and human being. So, Larry Parks.
Can you hear me? Okay. Mr. Mayor, council members, community, I'm Larry Parks. I am a native Oklahoman. I'm from Muskogee, Oklahoma, and a veteran of over 30 years of service to the United States Army as a logistics manager, sustainment operator, and a maintenance tech. I am married. I've been married for 31 years to my lovely wife. We have 3 adult children, and we love the city of Lawton. I'm just so happy to be able to do this job. I really am. Nothing gives me more sacrifice or more satisfaction than the sacrifice for the citizens of the community. I'm looking forward to this. I really am. Thank you for selecting me. I'm ready to do the job.
All right, thank you, Larry.
Yes, sir.
And now we'll have the annual report from the Lawton Economic Development Corporation. Brad?
There we go. Donna Lynn, do you have a remote? Good afternoon. Before I get started on my presentation, I'd just like to say something, welcome to Larry. Man, I respect that position that he's going to fill as a product of the Parks and Rec system here in Lawton as a child. Man, it's a big position. It's an important position for our youth. So I appreciate what you're going to do for our system. Okay, Council, I just want to give you our annual report. We'll be brief, but we're going to cover some information and some data that we've acquired over this year. Obviously, we really support we really are thankful for your support. You guys have been just a joy to work with and have been a foundational piece for what we're doing here in Lawton with the growth that's happening here. We really appreciate it, and it does not go unnoticed. So if I could direct your attention up to the screen, we're going to this slide is just a brief slide that talks about what economic development is. You know, the top part of that slide is land, labor, capital investment. That is what equals economic development. You know, we want to promote economic well-being, quality of life for the community. And that's what we're trying to do. Present more jobs, more capital investments, which would broaden our tax base and create just a better situation for us here in Lawton. Several years ago, we established a contract with the City of Lawton, and it has 5 outcome measures and 5 process measures. And you can see out to the side of those what those are. And I'm going to go over what those are right now specifically. First, for the outcome measures, you can see the new jobs added with West Wind, the pilot plant, is going to be 85. The average job is going to be roughly around 100,000. A capital investment for that is going to be about 15 million, it looks like, and then the increased tax base is looking around 5 million. So, as you guys know, as we've been keeping you guys up to date both publicly and within executive session with some of these projects, man, there's a lot going on, and it's true growth that's about to happen with us. In conjunction with what's going on in Vista and what we're doing, I think the situation is ripe here, you know, for Lawton, Fort Sill. And again, without you guys' support, I don't know that would be possible. I want to skip that and come back to that in just a second. I want to go to our process measures there, and this is what I report on our monthly board meetings there with economic development. Our leads. You can see there's 4 to the left. There's 4 categories: leads, prospects, site locator contacts, and corporation contacts. For our leads, and this has really been the growth of what we're doing here, our annual goal is 24. And you can see this year it's 70. Last year it was 75. So these are the leads that we come across that we get to submit our information on. And that's really a good number for us. You know, again, you can see we've almost tripled our annual goal for that. Our prospects, our goal is 100, and we had 147 prospects that we've come in contact with over the last year. Our site locators and consultants, that's a big deal. We got to develop those relationships. You can see we had 110 of those. And then our corporations that we've contacted is 42. So now I'm going to backpedal. And this is these slides are very interesting, and this is what people like to see. This is we call it the RFP chart, as you know, request for proposals. And this goes back to the leads when I said we had 70. You can see about the first 6 or 7 there in the top left-hand corner. You can see the year dates with that. The first one is Project Cabana, which is 2019 and 2020 is when it was originally presented to us, and it's still ongoing. That's the reason why we have it on this sheet, is we're still working that project. Then in the green, you see year 2020 and 21, and then the 4 or 5 after that is 2020, 21. Now, starting about halfway, a little above halfway with the purple line across the side, that is from July 1 of 2022, that's the start of last year's, our fiscal year, the projects that we received, that 70 number that I mentioned. And as you look, of course, all those projects have project names. But you can see the number of jobs that we're coming across, the capital investment that's involved with those, the acreage or the size of buildings that they're needing. Again, there's 17 through 44. Again, this is for our fiscal year last year. You can just see the number of jobs that we're trying to, that we're recruiting to. And each project has its own different dynamic. I was speaking to Leadership Lawton last week, and a young lady asked me, said, Brad, hey, these are all great. And take, for instance, I believe the one she was referring to that we actually talked about was number 31, which is Project Tuxedo. She said, Brad, why would a company like that choose Lawton? And that really hit home, because that's what our job is. We are trying to sell Lawton, so to convince these companies to come to Lawton. And so we got to have everything ready to go for them to present, to sell them. In the city council, you guys have done it, and the mayor, you guys have done a good job of helping us with that foundational piece to get the land, to get the infrastructure onto that land, get the transportation system, up to par. So we're doing the right thing so that these companies, when we're presenting our material to them, we can pass that first test and we can keep pursuing them and they don't eliminate us. And of course, this last page, all of it goes all the way to 70, and that's the end of the fiscal year for our projects. But a good number of projects, most of those come from the Oklahoma Department of Commerce. Several of them are self-generated through our office, and then several of them are with our partner, Tim Hushback and AEP PSO. They're a good community partner when it comes to economic development. So that's just a good rundown for the audience to see kind of the projects that we're looking at. 10 years ago, we weren't getting to see those. And because of the progress that's been made, here in Lawton over those 10 years, we're able to get to be in the running for some of these projects. This next slide, this number of site visits, we had 9 site visits. Now, that's 9 different companies that have come to our knowledge, to our community, and did a site visit that went out, that we took out to the land and showed them the land that we have and the utilities and the things that we have to present to them, show them around Lawton, Oklahoma, show them a little bit around Fort Sill and the wildlife refuge. So those are 9 that we know of, and several of those are multiple. They've come here 2 or 3 times. Now, what's missing in that are the companies that come without our knowledge. We get told that several of them sneak in and we don't know that they're here, and they take a look for themselves. So it's always good to remember that we want to, even though there's somebody not physically with them, that we present a good image within the community. The types of projects, very interesting. Of those 70, 66 of those are some sort of manufacturing, which is good. I mean, that's what we strive in, obviously, with our military base and our manufacturing base. Really got a diverse working group. So manufacturing is one of the things that we really thrive in, with the success of Goodyear and Bar S and IPEX, which was Silverline Plastics, and Republic Paper. Those guys have had an unlimited amount of success, and they keep growing, and that's a testament to what's going on here in Lawton. And so other manufacturers want to come, join that. This is a slide that shows our website. We've done some changes over the last, if you'll remember 2 or 3 years ago, we created a new website, and it's very, very good. But with the help of Quest Consulting, we've kind of updated that a little bit and added more data to that. So we got that completed last year, which is a big thing. This slide shows our marketing. You can see over 3,000 website views. National stories, we had a story within a national magazine. Now, so far this year, in this fiscal year, we've already had 3, and that was because of the West Wind. We've been in 3 national media outlets where we've been mentioned. Some of our community involvement, as you can see, we're very active. We support almost anything and everything that has to do with Lawton and Fort Sill. Obviously, we want to be a big part of that, as they are a big part of what we do for economic development. So it's important that we show that we are, a one unified base. So we want to make sure that support that we present is great. This slide shows a little bit about some of the events that we attend. Obviously, there's quite a bit of traveling that is involved with this, whether it be to seminars or just to meet and greet with consultants. Those relationships matter and our presence matters. So we do a good job of staying in front of people, whether it's myself or the ladies in the office. We try to stay present, and so we can create those relationships and maintain those relationships so that when they come across a project, they think LEDC and they think Lawton Fort Sill. Again, an engineering study, I saw Mary Elizabeth from Garver. They've done quite a bit of work for us with some of the stuff that you see up there, and we've done a good job of completing everything that we needed to do with the land that whether LEDC owns or CCIDA owns. Kind of what's going on currently and what our initiative is, and I don't want to read verbatim what these are, but you can just see everything from assisting our current employers with their business retention and expansion. That's a huge thing. It seems like everybody sometimes overlooks that. To work with our current employers and make sure that we hold their hand, and if there's anything that they need with assistance, that we're there to help them, whether it be with the city or whether it be on a more of a regional or state issue. We want to be there to help them and stand by them step by step. Developing our locations. I think that's one of the things we made one of the biggest improvements is our land that we have on the west side. And I think there's a slide maybe on here that shows, and you guys are aware of it, but we've got that land ready to go. So it makes it easy when these guys come in on these visits that we can show them. Another big thing is we want to continue to support the FISTA. I know we went on a trip with Krista to visit a company within a month ago, and again, our relationship with the FISTA wants to stay strong, and again, present that unified approach as we go, attack these companies. What we've done with the local expansions, you see the first slide, the momentum that was created. The mayor, you did a great job of leading that with the TIF and the CIP stuff. Man, that's really a big deal, and it plays a big role in what we do. We want to continue to nurture our manufacturers, as I mentioned in that last slide. And then, again, I hate to be repetitive, but show our support for Fort Sill and the FISTA. Just, again, that one unified approach makes a huge difference with what we do. I always say, hey, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. This takes time. And, as anybody that knows me knows, I'm pretty aggressive, and not very patient. And this job has taught me to be patient, because it does take time, and there's really a lot of stuff that's out of your hands that I can't control, or our office can't control, or the city can't control. You're at the mercy of the company itself. So we got to be patient. And as you guys can see over the last couple of years, especially since coming out of COVID, the progress that's been made, and again, the projects that we've talked about within the last couple of years. I finally want to just, put this slide, and this is our board of directors. Barry Ozerski is our new chairman. Of course, the mayor, you are our vice chair. Jim Landmark is our treasurer, and Jesse Cross is our immediate past chair. But then below them are all the other board members, and we're very grateful. They're very supportive and do a good job of managing what we do with LEDC. So I want to thank them publicly. I'd also like to thank publicly Christy Myers, who's the head of our business development, and Tanya Anderson, who is our office manager. Obviously, there's a position that's being filled at this time that we need to fill in place of Jeannie Bowden, who is our projects and operations manager. We're getting that filled as we speak. So that's a big position. So we want to make sure that we do that. But all in all, again, all thanks go to you guys. We appreciate the support. Before I open it up, maybe if you guys got any questions for me, I just like to say, I think Tracy Hushback, this is her last meeting, and I want to say thank you to her for all she's done. She's been a great ally for us, and anything that we've needed, she's always been on the spot and helped us and been a good supporter of us. So Tracy, thank you. We're going to miss you. And then also look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow at our annual luncheon. The governor is going to be here to speak. Obviously, we're going to give a presentation that digs in a little bit deeper with some data numbers that you guys will be, I think, pleased to see. So I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
That was a really great presentation, and thank you for that. You guys do a lot of great work. If you will, could you just give a little kind of summary, just so the citizens know why it's hard to get what the limitations are in developing on the south side?
Well, obviously, I don't know we can speak directly to it, but we'll give a little bit of a thing. There's not a lot of available land that we have. LEDC owns about 60 acres adjacent to the airport. Now, that area is all in a new market tax credit, so it makes it pretty attractive. But some of the zoning issues that, are around Lee and things of that nature, which we can't get zoned I-4, would be some sort of an issue. And then, the availability of land. A lot of that stuff down south is in a flood zone, is in a floodplain. So I know, Mary, I think you could maybe co-sign on this statement. When we did that engineering report about 5 years ago to see where we wanted to invest in purchasing land, that south side, really, it runs along that I-44 corridor, was an ideal place for us to develop, but it's all in a flood zone. So it didn't make any sense, obviously, for us to do that. So there's a little bit of a challenge there. So everything pointing to go out west, and that's where we've made an investment to, purchase a lot of that property and put more infrastructure.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, Enrique. Appreciate everything.
Other questions? All right. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you
for coming.
See you tomorrow.
And that moves us to proclamations. September Citizen of the Month, Tony Washington. Tony, come on down. Test. There it is. So we actually have two Citizens of the Month, but they're separate months. We've had a little challenges getting Tony here because he's always out volunteering. And so we had trouble getting him here to give him the Citizen of the Month for September. So, Tony, thank you for all you do. And the proclamation says, whereas the city of Lawton, Oklahoma takes great pride in recognizing and honoring outstanding citizens who've dedicated their time and efforts to improve our community. And one such exceptional individual stands out as an exemplary role model for all residents of Lawton, demonstrating unwavering commitment to the betterment of our city. This remarkable citizen, Tony Washington, has devoted over 13 years of his life to volunteering within the city of Lawton, selflessly contributing his time, skills, and resources to various causes and organizations. And whereas Mr. Washington's exemplary service extends beyond our local community, as he has honorably served his country for an outstanding 33 years in the United States Army, defending the principles of freedom, justice, and democracy. Whereas Tony Washington's dedication to volunteerism knows no bounds, having generously given approximately 6,500 hours of his valuable time. Having generously given approximately 6,500 hours of his valuable time to organizations such as the Lawton Food Bank, Hearts That Care, Hungry Hearts Feeding Ministry, and Faith Hospice, all of which have greatly benefited from his efforts. Mr. Washington has also taken part as a volunteer champion for the World War II and Korean War Veterans Honor Flight, and is currently the chapter president of the Lawton Fort Sill 9th and 10th Cavalry Buffalo Soldiers. And whereas Mr. Washington's outstanding contributions to these organizations have directly enhanced the quality of life for many of Lawton's residents, providing essential support and services to those in need, I do proclaim Tony Washington the Citizen of the Month for September, and ask you to join me in showing our appreciation not only for his service to our country, but 6,500 hours of volunteerism. Tony? All right, look at that. All right, thank you, Tony. You want to say a little something?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this honor. And I just like to say what started as something that just was something nice to do became a passion of mine after seeing, the responses that you get from helping others. And that's what I wanted to dedicate my life to doing, of helping others. Because what I really wanted to do along with my wife, we was both supposed to be doing this at the same time, but unfortunately she had passed, so I'm keeping it going on. So every time that I do volunteer work, I keep her in mind. And that's why I'm wearing where I'm wearing now. And I'd like to just thank you all for your support. Also, had Southwestern Hospital I volunteered for, and it's been a privilege and an honor serving as the president of the Lawton Fort Sill Buffalo Soldiers. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Ms. Alberti, did you want to say something on behalf of the Mayor's Commission?
Commission, our president, chairperson, she is out at her stepfather's funeral, and so I'm just here on behalf of the Mayor's Commission on Status of Women, a presentation by Citizen of the Month. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And we got one more. As I said, we're doing two months today. We're also doing the October, and this is Rhonda Norell, Miss Arts, Miss Arts for All. Let's welcome Rhonda up here. So let me tell you, I found a little money in an old CIP, and I call Rhonda and I say, hey, can you put together an art summer camp? I mean to tell you, the woman went to town, and we ended up having over 36,000, am I right? 36,000 contact hours with children this summer in the arts program. Let's give her a big round of applause for that. Got to have glasses. Whereas the City of Lawton takes great pride in celebrating its outstanding citizens who make a significant difference in our community, and Rhonda Norell has exemplified an unwavering commitment to serving the City of Lawton through her dedicated and selfless involvement in various community organizations. Whereas for over a decade, Rhonda has been a prominent figure in our arts community, serving on the Arts for All Board, the Arts for All Festival Committee, the Arts for All Fundraising and Gala Committees. You can see why I said Miss Arts for All, demonstrating her tireless dedication to the promotion and advancement of arts and culture in Lawton. And whereas Rhonda generously donates her time and energy to various summer arts programs, thereby enriching the lives of our city's youth through creative and educational initiatives. Whereas Ms. Norell is also a dedicated advocate for the empowerment of women in the Lawton community and serves at both the local and state level of PEO, Projects Educate Women, showcasing her unwavering dedication to the cause of educating and empowering women, making a profound impact in our society. Whereas Rhonda stands as a true champion, enriching the culture and social fabric of Lawton and rising to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Therefore, I proclaim Rhonda Norell our Citizen of the Month for October and ask everybody to join me in giving her another round of appreciation. Okay, tell us, give us a little time. Oh, we got one more. Okay. We can pose for pictures. All right. Tell us a little bit about putting that Arts for All camp together on such a short notice, and a little bit about the Arts for All coming up.
Okay, the arts camp. The mayor called 6 weeks before the event was supposed to start. So it was like, oh my, how do we get it done? So we ended up with 4 elementary schools that served at-risk students. The City of Lawton's public schools, the Board of Education, bused the children to 4 sites. We fed them breakfast, lunch, and bused them home. But they had 3 full hours a day of art. They learned to dance. They put on a play. We brought in a an author who brought her little dog, and we read stories to the children. The excitement was just phenomenal. I cannot begin to tell you how much fun we had. The principals at the schools grinned ear to ear every day. They thought they were going to play and not to work, and so did the children. We employed 21 teachers, and we served over 800 students at the end, is how many we finished with. We started out with over 1,000. Summer School's a volunteer program. We're already making plans for next year. So hopefully we can add a few more things. We did e-games this year. We're going to add photography next year. We have great, great plans, and hopefully we're going to add 2 sites. The Gala for Arts for All is in its 47th year. So that being said, it's our fundraiser that we do to help fund the 5 member groups for art. And there are different types of arts. Each member group showcases a specific type of art. And we're happy to be able to do that. It's November 3rd at the Coliseum. That old arena and barn turns into a wonderful, fun place. So come and join us. Please reach out to us. I give back to the community because I love it.
All right. Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you so much for all you do. God bless you. Right, and that moves us to reports from the mayor and city council. We're going to start down here with Colonel P. Colonel?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, just wanted to address a couple things. First, we've got some ongoing initiatives at Fort Sill as we're looking to towards the family as the soldiers and the family as a PCS and are stationed here in the area. And with those initiatives, it's focused on, one, welcoming, the second part, integrating, and then the third part, kind of transitioning. So what I'd like to refer to as a life cycle of an assignment. And in regards to when they're transitioning or leaving, really with the goal of hoping if they are leaving the service that we can retain them here in Southwest Oklahoma, and hopefully that we found a great life for them here in Lawton and can retain those wonderful individuals. And so with our efforts in regards to retention, back on 12 September, and one of the events that we do on post, we like to refer to as Coffee with the Commander, had a lot of local business leaders in, some different organizations. Kelly, a couple council members have come at the times as well. And for this one, we specifically met at our Soldiers for Life Transition Assistant Center. Gave an overview of the process there and what happens, and just wanted to address the council and the city kind of on what goes on there. So the Soldier for Life Transition Center has 2 major objectives. The first is to prepare, and the second is to connect. In regards to prepare, what we're really looking to do is to prepare soldiers as they are transitioning out of the service. And then the second, really with connecting, is that they have a meaningful employment in their the next phase of their life. Opportunities for the employers, something that we do every Tuesday, we have a virtual lunch that can take place. So for businesses or business owners that are looking, or the city governments, any type, can join that virtual lunch, and I can provide some information on how it's done. The first part is a 15 to 20 minute discussion, and then the second half of the lunch is provided for employers to kind of talk about some of the opportunities they have. In conjunction with those opportunities, some programs that the military has where we partner with any type of employers that are out there. One's called the Career Skills Program. The other's a Skill Bridge Program. That's a Department of Defense program. And then you might have heard of ones like Hiring for Heroes. You know, all 3 of those types of programs, for example, are really internship or fellowship type programs. So as soldiers are looking to transition off of their active duty, they're provided up to 6 months at the most, where they could kind of work in a fellowship, unpaid program, but have the opportunity to have some job experience And that could be anything from a white collar to almost a blue collar, to even work in some sort of city government function. So great opportunities to give transitioning service members a life skill, also provide them the opportunity to see if it's something that they're enjoying, first transitioning out right away, going into a job and realizing that it's not a good match. And it's not the ultimate goal, but we always hope that then service members are provided an they have found a good match, so when they do transition, they could slide right into the job with a full-time job. So again, I'm looking to hope that was such, I think, a good success and feedback I received from the community that we might, instead of waiting to the next coffee with the commander, I might do a special session potentially after Thanksgiving, but before the holidays. And we'll definitely let you and the rest of the city, would love to get city representation and other business members there. Again, I think we had some great feedback from the council members and other people in the community. I'd like to get that word out.
That'd be great. I've heard we recently got a command sergeant major for our parks, and I hear we even got a lawyer one time from the Army.
So we would continue to like to provide those opportunities and resources and just wonderful, talented individuals. The second part of that, as I kind of mentioned, in some programs that I'll do in the future, aligned with the Coffee with the Commander series. One will be, I'll look at our welcoming process and our sponsorship, and I think that would be a great opportunity to show the community on how we do that. And I think that's a great area where the community can really invest in soldiers and their families from the beginning and get them involved in the community, government, churches, recreational activities, just so they have a great understanding of what really Lawton and the surrounding communities have to offer. The second, another quarter, will look at some of the educational opportunities that we provide. And then a third quarter would look really at the resiliency efforts that we're putting in place. And a lot of those resiliency efforts are really trying to get on the prevention side before soldiers make any type of harmful decisions. But kind of so those three, and then the fourth quarter would be the transition one. And I kind of look at that as I said, a phase of an assignment at Fort Sill. So reception of bringing them onto the community, getting them well established, and then, as we've known, a well established and happy community, the soldier then tends to serve happier, less problems, focus on the family while they're here with educational resiliency efforts, and then the last being a transition. And that is either if they decide to remain in service in PCS, or if they transition, hopefully we've created opportunities that the family doesn't want to leave, and we can look at employing them here. So that's it on kind of some big programs, but really with the focus on the transitioning stuff, and I'll provide some of that information. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention, and I was asked about it by a council member, and we can confirm that soldiers will be deploying from Fort Sill to within the United States Central Command Area of Responsibility. But just due to those operational securities, not going to be able to provide any of those further details. They are trained, they are ready to support what's going on, and their efforts to deploy are really to support U.S. forces and our equities that are over in the theater right now. So more will be coming out in the next couple days, but the soldiers are ready, and we know the community is here to support them as well, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Colonel. Mr. Warren.
I don't really have a report other than I had a contact with a citizen that had an idea that I thought I would pass along, and either the city manager or the mayor can grab a hold of it and see if we can't make it happen. On 2nd Street, where the street goes underneath the trestle, it floods every time we have a super fast and heavy rain. It was suggested that maybe we could either hire or find an artist that would be willing to donate, but one way or the other, create a mural in that area that would depict possibly people standing or automobiles down in level with where they would normally be, so that when you see that water, you would see just the top of a car or just the top of a human, and have some way of knowing how deep that water is. Because it's inevitable that almost every single time that does flood, someone ends up floating in there. So I just thought I'd pass that along. I thought it was a pretty good idea.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson.
I know that we're always looking for some entertainment here in Lawton, and I just wanted to announce that on October 28th, gospel artist Wes Morgan will be in concert at Bethlehem Baptist Church, and also one of our own local recording artists, Pastor Charles Ellington, will be in attendance as well.
All right, thank you. Mr. Uyghur.
Yes, I just wanted to, again, give a big shout out to some of our city employees. Recently, we had some work going along on Lee Boulevard, hauling gravel and putting sod down. And I stopped to visit with a couple of them and just thanked them for their work. And just kind of get their feel on how they feel about everything in general in the city. And they were very positive, and I appreciated that and their friendliness. Very good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Uyghur. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As always, Farmers Market. Yeah, I got a good Greek salad while I was there, and there's a guy with some smoked cheese. It was a Philadelphia cream cheese smoke. You ever had that? Delicious. And some smoked Gouda. And I spend a lot of time there. You know, I always think I'm just going to go there for just a few minutes, and there's so many people down there and good conversations. It's just a good time. Get out and take the family. They may get out and enjoy a little bit. On a serious note, I'm really excited about the Streets and Roads Committee that the mayor put together. It is no doubt the mayor, the council, staff are making some headway, and we're going to have some new roads and new coverings here pretty soon. Excited about that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gill. Okay, Ms. Chapman.
I want to thank Chief Smith for continuing providing Sergeant Dimmitt to our neighborhood watch meetings and giving us information on any kind of activity that we need to be made aware of that. And I do appreciate your support in providing that for us.
And Mr. Harris.
Yes, I just want to wish everybody a happy Halloween and remind everybody to practice safe trick-or-treating. But also I want to remind the council that next month, and we've been getting emails on this, about serving Thanksgiving lunch out to the soldiers in the field. And I want to tell you, I've been doing that for about 10 years, and it is absolutely the most rewarding part of my Thanksgiving, and it gives me much to give thanks for. I encourage you to be a part of one of the 2 days, either one. But I promise you it'll give you new insight into the lives of our trainees.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Hankins.
Might add that October the 31st on a Tuesday is Halloween here, so just so everyone, sometimes parents really wonder what day that is. Another thing I'd like to say is I appreciate the ministers who come and say the prayer at the beginning of the meeting and pray for wisdom for the mayor and the council, because I know that I search for wisdom in serving the city, and sometimes you wonder if you have any. So there are a lot more calls that I get that I would like to do things about that sometimes I just can't. There are things that you can't do anything about, but there are a lot of things out there as citizens that we can do for each other to help in the city, and I think that's a challenge that I would like to put out there too, for us to help each other.
All right, thank you. That moves us up to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, we need your name and address.
Gary Arnold, 2314 Northwest 76th Street. Here, I'm going to piggyback off that opening presentation a little bit. It was a good presentation, and I'm very hopeful about the direction we're moving. One thing we need to consider, though, when inviting people to take a look at whether or not they're going to bring their companies here, is the overall health of our town. Now, there's the west side, which great job. It looks awesome compared to the construction of older generations that first settled in this town and started building. The aesthetics, it's a big factor. I mean, when people are considering moving their businesses here or opening a business here, and to that degree, they want to see a healthy community. And I can only assume. I mean, I don't know the minds of these businessmen in general. I know manufacturing, maybe not so much. I'm not 100% sure. But in terms of moving forward with that, I think one thing, development, as Ms. Johnson had asked, what are we doing to develop on the south side? And that question could go for several wards in this city, and including Ward 1, Mrs. Hankins. We have those two roads leading into our great military base. And that's one thing that we need to consider developing, because not only are we missing out on opportunity to draw business out of Fort Sill that we would not otherwise not get maybe. I mean, just overall, it would appeal aesthetically for anybody who, I know he's gone now, but Colonel James, whenever he was talking about, people settling here after leaving service, they're looking at those aesthetics too. And one thing I can note, in my quest to kind of get more familiar with these, with everything I'm working towards, and what I'd like to see Lawton move towards is that one thing in particular is development. And I mean, I know it's for profit, but whenever it cuts into the overall health of the town, and we're building farther west instead of coming back and doubling around and fixing our town, that just screams like, you want another Edmond over there or something like akin to how they're doing in OKC. For me, I'd like to see the council start focusing on the inner city and overall what that means for, companies that would come in. And we can also look inwards as far as development in terms of, what could we do to increase our manufacturing? Do we not have any ideas on how we can contribute to the economy? Just things to think about. I'm trying to get better at my speaking up here, but it's a long process. Just like you guys said, with all this stuff, it takes patience, and I'm more than willing to. I got 2 seconds. Yep. Have a good day. Take it easy.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Dixon, ma'am, you can go ahead. Go ahead. Give us your name and address, please.
Norma Rankin, 2301 Northwest 47th Street. 6 weeks ago, on September 7th, a house in my neighborhood was on fire. Fire department came, did an excellent job. The house is now, I think, turning into a crack den. There are squatters in and out all the time. I've called neighborhood services. I've called the police department, and they've been very good about coming several times a day to route people out. But some action needs to be done at 2304 Northwest 47th Street. I have contacted neighborhood services, but nobody has been out.
Okay, thank you for coming. We'll make sure that gets addressed. Who can she talk to, John? Okay. All right, come on up, sir. Thank you for coming, ma'am. Come on up, sir. Yes, sir, and we need your name and address, please.
Before I do that, I'd just like to say that it would really be helpful. There are 8 speakers out here if they were turned on so we could hear out here. All I hear is whoa, 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 whoa. It'd just be nice if they were turned on. Y'all hear fine, but just a comment. My name is Alan Ferris. I live at 908 Southwest 3rd Street, where my family has lived since 1957. I went to school at Lincoln Elementary, and I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the pool at Mattie Beal Park.
Okay, sir, that is on the agenda, and this, by law, it has to be spoken about when that agenda item comes up, okay? And so we'll call on you when that comes up, okay? Thank you, sir. And Mr. Dixon?
My name is David Dixon. I live at 2000 Copeland Way in Edmond, Oklahoma. And one important thing I'd like you to know about me is that I am a West Virginia hillbilly by birth, but I'm an Oklahoma resident by choice. And economic development for the entire state of Oklahoma is a part of my passion and my heart. That's why I'm here today. 2 weeks ago, the day after the big electrical brownout here in Lawton, I had the privilege of meeting with Bill Shoemate and Miss Johnson. Both of them took copious notes. Miss Johnson, thank you for the encouragement to come here today. Bill's at home, otherwise he'd be here because he had a bad fall and he's all bruised up, some cracked ribs, so my family's praying for him. You guys say some prayers for him as well, because that 88-year-old fella is an absolute powerhouse. So I'm going to also read this real quickly because my wife tells me that as I get older, and I just turned 65, she says I ramble on and I tell a lot of stories. She says, don't you dare do that with 3 minutes. So Waya Capital is a Native American-owned company. We bring business development to tribal lands and non-tribal communities. Here's the interesting difference that I really want to make sure you hear. If there's one thing that you leave here with today, here's the difference in our economic development. Mr. Cooksey, if I could shake your hand after this is over, I would be very appreciative. Our economic development is through a group of partners that I have personally vetted and checked out for ethics, morals, financial stability, creativity, environmental protection, and they had to agree that when we go into a community like Lawton, the economic development becomes owned and operated by the community. That is a hallmark of, that's my decision. And everybody in Waya is on board with that, and all of our partners are on board with that also. So what that means is, while you guys are doing apparently a phenomenal job of bringing businesses here to Lawton, I want to bring a couple specific businesses to Lawton that will be owned, built, operated by Lawton companies, which means profits, proceeds, all stay here instead of going to the home office of the company that comes here. So, the first one is Astera. Astera is a renewable energy company. Am I rambling already? Holy smoke. Okay, basically solar farms, EV stations.
Sir, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. I hate to, but I cut off the
that's
other
fine.
people, so I have to treat everybody the
I
same.
respect that completely. Thank you very much. I'll have an appointment with you, and I'll shake your hand afterwards. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for coming. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward during this time of audience participation to make comments about anything that is not on the agenda? Ted, what's your name?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Smoleski. I live at 2509 Southwest Cornell. What I'd like to ask, or just let you know, is we have hundreds of veterans that are buried out at Highland Cemetery. Every year, Wreaths Across America bring in wreaths for those vets. They're bought, individuals buy them. I'm wondering if the city council could help and buy a lot of them. That way we can lay more wreaths on those graves out there for all those vets. And I just think that, it's worth it. And I wish the city council would consider that, of maybe buying them. I think it's too late to do it this year, but maybe next year. I don't know. We got about a month and a half before we're laying them. You still might be able to get it done. I figure we need about 250 of them out there to make our cemetery and make us look proud of their vets. So that's what I got to say, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come during this time of audience participation? Okay, seeing none, move on. And before we go to the consent agenda, I want to make sure that we call attention to Tracy Hushbeck. Tracy has worked for the city, is it 22 years? 22 years. You want to stand up where we can make a spectacle out of you? Tracy has served the city for 22 years. How many years have you been the city clerk? 19? Wow, that didn't take long, did it? You got in there, okay. And Thursday, there's a little come and go party in her honor. And I just want to take an opportunity for each council member to say a little something here publicly, and we'll start with Ward 1.
I've enjoyed working with Tracy, and she makes it fun too. It's not, she makes some of the tasks that are harder. She makes it fun, and we've had a good time together, and I will miss her for sure.
Even before I got elected, you were a tremendous help to me. And despite the fact that I still have not seen the chicken fried steak in the executive session, thank you so much for all the help that you and all that you've done and how you spoil all of us. And I really do wish you well in the future. Thank you.
We may not have gotten your chicken fried steaks yet, but your meatballs are really, really good. And I hope you gave that recipe to Donna Land. But I want to thank you. When I first ran on my first term, and I was up there and asking you questions, and you walked me through that conglomerate of not knowing exactly what I was getting into. So I really appreciate it. And you will be missed, but I hope you enjoyed this next step of your life.
Mr. Gill.
Tracy, I only got to work with you about a year, but you were a great help. I've enjoyed working with you. We will miss you. Many, many good things could be said, but we didn't want to spoil you. Thank you again.
All right, and Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Tracy, it is no doubt that you made it very easy for me when I first came. I had a lot of questions. You answered them very quickly. My phone would run out of charge, and you'd give me a battery charger to all the little things that you do in support. I appreciate your vast knowledge in being able to take care of things. And I appreciate you letting me waste your time as I tell you some of my stories as I visited your office, and I know you were busy. You will be missed.
And Mr. Wiegert.
Tracy, again, I've known you probably the shortest of all the council people, but I want to thank you for the warm welcome, the gracious help that you gave to newcomers coming into city council, and the directing us, kind of showing us here, we can go find this and find that. You've been most helpful, and wish you the very best in your retirement.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Tracy, I just want to say that you will be missed, and I thank you for everything that you've done. You've always been supportive. Just going to say 2 words, name tag. And you know what that means. And thank you so much for everything. You've been such a support and really awesome.
And Mr. Warren.
Hello, old friend. Boy, it's been a long time. And I can say that I worked with 2 city clerks during my tenure on council. And you were able to move into that office, and it was seamless. I think you did, from the first day that I worked with you, you've done a really good job. It's almost like you know what I want before I go in the office. I just want you to know I appreciate everything that you've done for me over the years. We've had a lot of good discussions. And you can come back and see us. Thank you.
Okay, now hold on just a minute. That was interesting. 19 years. How many years you been around?
I think we figured it up one time, and it's like 20. It's like 21 maybe over the span, and then I think I've served 17, something like that.
Okay, just curious. So Tracy, the city clerk's job is such an important job that touches everything in the city. And for 19 years, you've had a great positive impact for that. It's been very special, and I appreciate you. And most of all, I appreciate your grace. God bless you. Good luck in going fishing or whatever it is you're going to do. All right. All right, let's give Tracy a big round of applause. Did you want to give a speech or anything? No? All right. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, City Manager striking item number 9. Do you have any items you want to pull for discussion? Item number 3. Pulling item 3. Is there anything else? Okay, do I have a motion?
Mayor and council, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of striking or pulling? Striking item number 9. Pulling 3, yes.
I have a second. Please vote. Need one more vote. There we go. Consent passes 8-0. Bringing up item number 3. Consider the following damage claim recommended for denial. Last Frontier Council, Boy Scouts of America, in an unstated amount. Tim.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have our new Assistant City Attorney, Garrett Lamb. He's here to speak on that claim.
All right, Garrett.
All right, good afternoon. Garrett Lamb, Assistant City Attorney. I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you. The claim that we're here on today was recommended for denial by the City Attorney's Office. This is from an alleged sewer backup happening on August 7th, 2023. There are several reasons that this claim was recommended for denial by our office. One of the first and probably the most important reason would be a notice requirement. We are protected under the Oklahoma Governmental Tort Claims Act. That and from direction from the Supreme Court of Oklahoma, that provides that certain municipalities that construct and maintain their own sanitary sewer systems are responsible for the overall maintenance and care of those systems. They allow for municipalities to have some sort of liability in those sewer systems, and they provide for the overall maintenance and care. A municipality can be held liable for negligence after reasonable notice was given. That notice can be actual notice of a certain sanitary sewer system with an issue, certain clogged issues. That can be constructive notice as well. It's the opinion of the City Attorney's Office that neither of those notice requirements were present here for this specific sewer backup. Further, our wastewater services division went out and inspected. They did not have any issues when they went and inspected that main line in that area at or near that location. On that occasion that they went out and inspected that, there was no blockage that they cleared that day at or near that location or any of the first, second, or third lines that connect to that area. We checked to see if we had any prior notice of that. The city requires a certain look-back period. That look-back period for this issue is 3 years. When we looked back 3 years, we had no notice of any issues with that specific main line, that location either. The last reason that this was recommended for denial was because this claim was listed in an unstated amount. When we were given this claim, they did not have any damages alleged in that. For all 3 of those reasons, no notice that we looked, there was no issues that we saw, and the unstated amount, we recommended this claim for denial.
Council, do you have questions?
Garrett, we didn't find any backup in any of the lines. We just had a blockage for no specific reason.
My understanding from our wastewater services division was when they went out there was no blockage to clear. So there could have been water, I guess, from something else, but it was not from a blockage at or near that location.
And this is actually our building, is it not? We own this building.
That I'm unsure of.
Okay. Yeah, it's...
No, I think it's the Scout Shop on Cash Road, and we don't own that building.
It is. We lease it to the Scouts.
Okay.
So I thought, Mr. Mayor, I think there's someone that's supposed to come speak today, or is about this. Is that person here from the Scouts?
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Hankey, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Support Service for the Last Frontier Council. And so part of my job is to manage and give oversight to the Laura Field Service Center here in Lawton. And so I have a bit of a prepared statement this afternoon. So as you know, the claim was made. This is actually the third time that this sewer backup has happened since I've served as Director of Support Service. We had the initial issue in 2021 in July, October of 2022, and then this most recent actually began on August the 5th of 2023. So this backup, we did not inform the city, the other two, because we were trying to be good scouts and just take care of it ourselves. But with the amount of water that entered the building and throughout the entire building this last time, that's the reason for the request. You may also be familiar with our partnership with the City of Lawton. We operate the building, the retail shop, our offices, and that conference room. But we have a relationship with the City of Lawton for the land that it actually sits on. And so in that respect, we're asking respectfully for an aid request to help to bring our current sewer line to the main up to code, install a backflow preventer. That's a hard word to say. And again, the necessary permits I do have with me today and can give to you my remarks and also an estimate from one of our vendors to do that work.
Okay, your estimate is for what? A backflow preventer and a new line, or what?
The replacement of the line, the backflow preventer, and to bring everything up to code.
Okay, well, this is and how does that apply to a damage claim? Because I'm concerned that we can't even discuss that right now because it's not on the agenda. What is on the agenda is your claim.
Okay.
And Garrett said that there was no sign of the city main being clogged. Is that correct?
Correct. There was no sign of blockage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the city attorney wants to.
Okay, so on this claim, there's several things that Mr. Lamb mentioned that are required. One is a notice requirement, and so the city has itself established a 3-year look-back period. The representative from Last Frontier Scouts has said that they did not inform the city of any prior backups. So if the city was not informed of any prior backups, the city had no notice. Therefore, the city had no duty to try to abate if it doesn't have notice. And so this is the first time we're getting notice. Second, the claim isn't for a specific amount. And when you do a claim under the statutory requirements of state law, you have to list a specific amount or an amount that you're asking for. And so for those reasons, I'm going to respectfully request that the city, the council deny this claim and do that for those legal reasons.
Mr. Gill.
I believe that the land is owned by the city. I don't believe the building is. Who do you pay rent to? What's the entity that you're paying rent or lease payments to?
The agreement is with the City of Lawton.
For the land.
Understanding.
Okay, well, we'll have to research and see who actually owns the building. Doesn't change the legal discussion we just had, but I'd like to know if the city does in fact own the building. Because whoever built that building is responsible for the sewer line.
So I think what we've got here, the notice that we're looking for is a notice that the city's sewer main is causing a problem. Is that correct? Is that the correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you said the city's sewer main is not causing a problem.
There was no notice of an actual blockage or problem reported to us. Within that 3-year look-back period, the city had no notice of any issue. This was the first time that we were notified of any kind of issue.
So I'm sorry, Garrett. I thought I heard you say you went out there and there was no blockage.
Yes, and that was my understanding, that Wastewater Services Division here for City of Lawton went out, checked the main. There was no blockage to clear at that time.
Then
Mr.
are we-
Wisenhunt might be able to.
Okay, are we to presume the problem is in the service line? Yeah, nobody wants the Boy Scouts have to pay anything they don't have to, I can assure you, but we have to treat everybody the same.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay, when we received the damage claim, that was the first time wastewater collection was aware that there had been any problem, is when we got notice from the damage claim. We were never called, even on this claim, that they had had a blockage. Our first notice was actually the filing of the damage claim. The mains downstream of this location were replaced this last year, new all the way down through Elmer Thomas Park. And so they are the upstream section of this line. So any blockage what he's brought forth is for his service line, not the city's main. City main is brand new and was replaced prior to this occurrence.
Okay, so there's no blockage in the city main.
No blockage in the
The
main.
city main did not cause the damage, the undeclared amount of damage. There's a request concerning the service line on leased property. If you will get with the city manager, he'll direct you to who you need to talk to about that. Mr. Harris.
So, Max brought this to my attention, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they have agreed that because they did not meet the notification, that they're willing to drop the claim for damages at this point in time. But we do want to, I wanted to have clarified who actually owns the building and that service line before before they have to go forward with, so that is not germane to this. So I guess we have a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Okay, and that carries 8-0. Now, I want to repeat, get with the city manager and we'll find out who's responsible for the service line. Brings us up to unfinished business item number 17. Discuss the future of Central Fire Station and the ad valorem CIP funds currently dedicated towards the renovation of the station, and direct staff and take any action arising from the discussion. Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item was originally brought to council, I want to say several months ago, maybe in the late spring, maybe by Councilman Warren, wanting to talk about Central Fire Station. And we had in our 2012 ad valorem CIP, I want to say it was like $700,000 earmarked for use in Central Fire Station. And at the time, when we brought this back to council for discussion, I think there was a motion made to have our bond counsel give an opinion to the city council about the $700,000, and it hasn't been used yet, and what can it be used for, and can it still be used for Central Fire Station? So we have David Floyd today, one of our bond counsel from Floyd and Driver, to discuss this question, and it goes back to the ballot language it talked about for the expansion of Central Fire Station. So David, I'll turn the mic over to you.
Thank you, Tim. Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come down here and speak to you about this a little bit. As Tim mentioned, we're talking about the 2011 general obligation bond election that was held in the city of Lawton. There were several propositions on that ballot. We're specifically looking at proposition number 2. Proposition number 2 had 2 items on it. It was a $3.9 million total question, $3.2 million of which were to go to the construction of a new fire station in Southwest Lawton, and $700,000 was, and this is the ballot language, to be used for the expansion of Central Fire Station. The $3.2 million was spent in accordance with the bond documents and with the election proceeds, and so we're not concerned about that. We're just looking at the $700,000. The actual bonds that were issued to fund this project have been paid off, so there's no outstanding bond debt. However, the proceeds are still sitting in a bank account, and because of the way that Oklahoma bonds are issued, you are limited by a couple factors. One of which is the Bond Issue Proceeds Act, which governs how you call one of these elections, what information is provided, and how proceeds are going to be spent. The other is the ballot language itself. In looking at this, we've looked at case law, we've looked at the actual ballot, we've looked at the election proclamations from 2011, and we've looked at what information is available to us from that time as far as what was communicated to the public about what an expansion means in this context. Expansion is not a legal definition, so we're going with what did the public think and what was conveyed to them, what was their reasonable expectation at the time for what an expansion of Central Fire Station would be. From what we've seen, the discussion in 2011 was about the moving and expansion of an apparatus bay to handle additional vehicles, additional fire trucks going in and out of Central Fire Station. At some point after the election and after the bonds were approved, engineers looked at the facility and there was made a determination that it was not going to be feasible to utilize that money in that manner. So the money has never been spent. Looking at what has been presented to the voters, we've also had conversations with the Attorney General's office about how they would treat expansion. The question is, does an expansion mean an expansion of purposes or an expansion of the physical site? And also, this was voted on for a fire station. So what is the common assumption of the voters when they're looking at what a fire station is? So based on that, it's our conclusion that those funds would have to be spent for what the public reasonably expected to receive in 2011, which was an expansion of the apparatus bay for the utilization of fire trucks going in and out of Central Fire Station. I would also point out that because the name Central Fire Station was utilized in the ballot, you are limited to that location. That money cannot be spent anywhere else, and it cannot be spent on any other projects other than the expansion that was contemplated. We've heard some conversations about administrative offices and about other things being repurposed into that building, but from the way that we've looked at it, we do not think that it's advisable to utilize those funds for any sort of office or administrative expansion in that facility, because that is not what the voters were contemplating when they said expansion. We believe they were contemplating the fire bays, and they were contemplating actual vehicles moving in and out of that facility, which to our understanding no longer occurs. I believe those actual operations have been moved to another location. That's our recommendation based on the analysis and the examination we've done and our conversations with the Attorney General's office. If there's any additional information that would alter that, I'm happy to consider it, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
So David, I do have a follow-up on that. So based on your analysis, what would be the options to do with that money at this point?
So you're limited by Bond Issue Proceeds Act and the Election Proclamation. So if you were going to complete the project that was contemplated in 2011, you can still do that. However, it does not sound like to us that that is any longer in the city's plans for how fire response is to be handled. The other option is take that money and deposit it in the sinking fund and utilize it for the repayment of any additional general obligation debt. And we've had the city's financial advisor, Chris Gander, look at that, and he's told us that it would reduce the annual levy for 1 year by approximately 1.43 mils, which on a $100,000 house comes out to about $10.
And so if that is the desire of the council, I do have a prepared motion to authorize or to apply the $700,000 bond proceeds originally allocated to Central Fire Station to the sinking fund if the council wants to entertain that motion.
Does the council have any questions first, Mr. Warren?
And I guess it's really not a question, it's just, I think we're between a rock and a hard place, because I don't think, there's no way that I would spend the citizens' money to expand a bay on a building that's never going to house another fire truck. I mean, that's the kind of thing you read on the internet that, people laugh at. So I don't want to spend the money that way, that's for sure. And it sounds like the only option other than that would be to apply it to the sinking fund. So, I mean, that's not a question, I guess, but there's just nothing else that we can do even.
So,
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make.
Before you make the motion, I want to say one thing, just to be clear, and I talked with Lynn, she's one of the senior attorneys too with Floyd and Driver. You know, it's ultimately a fact question. She would say that, and David's shaking his head. And if the council could, in good faith, say back when this was looked at by the voters, that was put out on the table that it was going to be also, for administrative offices and she indicated you could do a resolution, but you'd have to make a fact determination. But from what I heard from her this morning and David just now, they don't feel comfortable with that recommendation since it's not being used as to operate fire trucks out of engines, and it's not going to be the expansion. To her and to David, they were really keying on this expansion of the bay for apparatus.
I'm sorry, go ahead, David.
That's correct, and we've examined, like I said, the ballot language, the resolution that was called that outlines the purpose for what the bonds are going to be spent for. We've also gone through newspaper records, any sort of publicly available information to see, was this ever presented and contemplated by the voters as a possible use of the funds, and we've found no evidence that it was.
You want to make a motion?
Okay. So the prepared motion I have would be move to apply the $700,000 bond proceeds originally allocated to Central Fire Station to the sinking fund.
I would make that motion only because there's no way that we can use that money directly to provide the citizens with better fire protection.
And motion's made, second by Gill. Discussion or debate. And I want to comment that according to the True North Station statement, it says transparency and trust. We commit to open communication, transparency in our actions, and accountable decision making. We will continually earn and maintain the trust of our citizens. I think the motion does that. Any further discussion before we vote? Mr.
Yes,
Gill.
Mayor. I would like to make a comment. I do see that the funds were currently dedicated for the renovation of the stadium. Renovation is the word in question. I do want to remind the council that we have left the town hall without being occupied, and the floor got totally decimated by water damage. And I do think that at some point we need to have a discussion about what we're going to do with that building, because it, as far as renovation is concerned, and I'm thinking that at some point we can look for monies. I will say that the Cultural Preservation Committee is looking to become a designated city, and at that point we should be able to secure some funds for especially buildings that are on the National Registry, the Historic National Registry. And I look to make and have some further discussion on that. I do know that this discussion is about the $700. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Gill.
Central Fire Station is on the National Registry, correct? Yes. So that's another bridge we can cross to get some money for that. I just wanted to make a point and see if I'm correct. If we don't put the money back in the sinking fund, then it's just going to stay in the bank from now on?
That's correct, and you've got some federal tax issues that arise with unexpended bond proceeds that that are going to have to be addressed anyway, but that would just compound that.
So it's a serious problem.
It is, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Please
Mayor,
vote.
I'm sorry. Just so that the citizens can understand what you just said and what we're about to vote on, can you just repeat for them about the sinking fund and why it's important to move that money there?
The sinking fund is the account that's utilized for the repayment of general obligation debt incurred by the city. So in essence, what you're doing by moving the money back to that fund is you're giving the money back to the taxpayers by reducing the amount of a future ad valorem levy that would be made for future general obligation bond proceeds. So that's in essence what we're doing here is we're stating that because the original purpose for which we borrowed the money cannot be met, we are returning it to the taxpayers by depositing it in the sinking fund and reducing next year's ad valorem levy.
Thank you.
Please vote.
Yeah, just a second, Mayor. Very quickly, piggybacking on the citizen understanding, the sinking fund is a savings account, is that correct? Can you describe that account?
It's not a savings account, it's the account where ad valorem collections are placed and then debt service payments go out of that. So every year when your ad valorem levy is made, that's where those tax proceeds are deposited for the payment of the city's general obligation debt.
Thank you.
Please vote. Okay, the motion carries 8-0, and before we get off of that, Jared, some time ago, we authorized plans. At the time, it was to be paid for out of those funds that we just voted to, properly voted to pay on the sinking fund. How much money was that?
Approximately $100,000.
Okay. So I'm presuming you're going to pay for that some other way, or have you thought about that?
There is an email chain going. I believe the city manager has a plan for that. And if I could, I'd like to address it for just a second.
Sure.
We're not moving. Central Fire Station is our home. We have looked at City Hall. There's not room adequate for us to be able to move down to City Hall. We have 7 offices in our building right now. We need 11 to be able to move the fire marshal's office down. We need space to be able to store reserve apparatus. We have reserve apparatus whenever our front line ones go down. We're nearing some conclusion or movement on Station 2, and that's where we're storing our reserves currently. So as soon as something happens there, we're going to be out of space to park reserve trucks, and so we'll need a space for that. Central Fire Station is going to be relevant. We need to be able to do that. I appreciate the council that's come down and visited Central, and we're going to be back, and we're going to do this the right way to request the money to be able to fix this and preserve our building the right way. And when that option comes, we ask for council support.
Council, do you have any questions for Jared?
Yeah, I had one question.
Go ahead.
Jared, we had a antique fire truck that we had given to Oklahoma City, is that correct? Or for their museum?
Yes, it was on display. And one of the original plans is talked about turning that into a museum. And I believe that we'll have space for a display area, but we're going to have to stop short of having a museum. When you look at the total job of the department and needing a headquarters station, we have shipments come in routinely on pallets. We don't have room for palletized material to come in. We have a storage area there for our bunkers and our uniform. We're occupying about 500 square feet with that. We need to double that area to be able to, adequately serve the department so we can do a better job of serving the citizens. And so we need to keep it viable and start looking for ways to preserve it so we can keep Central Fire Station around and have a place to be able to serve our citizens.
Yes, no doubt that I think that it could be a joint administrative building as well as some. I mean, there are a lot of people that are probably interested in seeing what we saw. For those council members that went and took a tour of that, if you haven't, please make arrangements with the chief. He did a great job showing us around. But do you own that? The fire department owns that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, so the staff is going to be working on how to pay for that, and we'll hear about that later. Okay, we'll move on to item 18. Consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, increasing the fee for uncovered, unsecured loads, establishing an effective date, and allowing floor amendments along with discussing other methods to improve compliance with Lawton City Code requirements to cover and secure all transported refuse and direct staff as deemed necessary. Larry.
Mayor and council, this is an item that we had discussed at the last council meeting. It's to increase the fee that we have in place right now at the landfill for uncovered or unsecured loads. Right now it's set at a flat rate of $28.75. The proposed resolution is drafted the same way as it was at the last meeting, and it's set at $100 for residential loads, $200 for commercial loads. And we've also looked at our peer cities to see what they have their fees set at, or if they have fees. Enid is the only other city that operates their own landfill. They currently have a fee of $20. Norman and Moore, they take their waste to the Republic landfill. They have a $15 fee. And the cities of Broken Arrow, Edmond, and Midwest City go to Waste Management, and they do not have a fee, but they simply will just refuse a load if it comes in substantially unsecured. And so, recommendation from staff would be to go ahead and increase the commercial fee to that $200, but to cap or to lessen the increase on the residential side to $50. And so, along with that, another couple of items listed in the background of the agenda item are involving an environmental compliance officer and a public education campaign. And we've had discussions about putting an environmental compliance officer into place this fiscal year. We have a grant that we could apply for, but it wouldn't get that person on staff until next fiscal year. So we're looking at utilizing CIP funds to fund that position this fiscal year and go ahead and get it into place. And along with working with Caitlin with an educational campaign to improve our signs and even use billboards along 11th Street to advertise, the tarping requirement and the additional fees.
Okay, so it sounds like we've got a recommendation for the ordinance change to $200 for commercial, $50 for residential. And you said we're looking at using CIP funds, which indicates you're not ready to present your final recommendation there. Is that right?
It's actually a part of another item later on in the agenda for that particular position.
Okay, so then all we're dealing with here then is the ordinance.
The resolution for the fee
schedule of
increase,
fees.
correct.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Questions? Mr. Harris.
Yeah, Larry, you said residential 50, but on this, what we have in front of us, it says 100.
Correct. It's currently drafted at $100, but our recommendation would to make that 50.
Is anything else changing?
The commercial
Turn on your
rate,
mic. Turn on your mic, please.
the commercial rate would change to $200. Right now, it's $28.75 just across the board.
But the other stuff, the per load tons and tires and all that doesn't
Correct.
change?
None of that changes.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren.
I'd make a motion to adopt this resolution, making the staff's recommended changes, the residential to $50.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you, Larry. Number 19, hold a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance for request to amend the binding site plan for property located at 1050 Northwest 38th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73505. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Donna Lynn, do you have the visual aids for this item? Okay. I will do the presentation without the visual aids. This is a public hearing for an amendment to the binding site plan for the property located at 1050 Northwest 38th Street. This is a request to amend the binding site plan for U-Haul. The current zoning for that property is C5. This was rezoned a few years ago, and an amendment or a binding site plan was put in place for that. They are proposing on building new structures on that property, and it will require this amendment to the binding site plan. The approved detailed site plan from that rezoning only had one building, a big building proposed in the southeast corner of the property with a couple small buildings proposed. As you can have probably seen on the property, there's several structures built out in the old Kmart parking lot, which is now a U-Haul building. Those were built without the permit. They believed that it was below the square footage requirement for that. They have since applied for that permit, and with the True North statement of being open for business, we've been helping them through that process. And Now this is going to amend that binding site plan that didn't show those buildings previously, to help them, move forward with that building permit and get that approved. The City Planning Commission held a public hearing on this and did recommend approval with the requirements that those buildings meet the architectural standards, which the applicant is aware of that. We have worked with them, and they have submitted drawings showing that these will meet the architectural standards. This was sent to everyone within 300 feet of the property, which was 26 property owners, on October 2nd, and posted in the Lawton Constitution on October 6th. We did not receive any phone calls for or against this item. Like I said, the City Planning Commission held the public hearing, and that was on September 28th with their recommendation to approve this. The ordinance does have the binding site plan attached, and any questions that I can ask. We do have
Council, do
representation.
you have questions, not comments? Questions? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Brett Hogan and Eric, is it Gerbitz?
Yes, it's Brett Hogan, 2804 Southwest 137th Street, Oklahoma City. I'm one of the owners of the property and the developer. I'm just here if there's any questions.
Okay. And Eric, did you want to talk? You're good? Okay. Anyone else want to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Mayor?
Mr. Harris. Okay, go ahead and turn on your mic and repeat that for us.
Motion that we will approve the ordinance to amend the binding site plan for the property located at 1050 Northwest 38th Street in accordance with the city codes.
And waive the reading of the ordinance.
And waive the
Read
reading
title
of,
only.
yes.
Okay, and we have a motion and a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance approving the binding site plan attached as Exhibit A on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1 hereof.
Okay, and before we vote, I thought I heard somebody down here that wanted to say something. Did I? You good? Okay. No more discussion or debate. Please vote. I've got 7 votes. Okay, so the motion carries 8-0. Now, before we go to item 20, we're going to recess this meeting and take a break, and we'll be recessing this meeting to have our water authority meeting that I forgot to have before the council meeting. And then we can come back and reconvene the meeting and take care of 20. So please make the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to recess this city council meeting until the adjournment of the Lawton Water Authority meeting.
Do I hear a second? Second. Okay, we do have a motion and a second to recess. Please vote. Okay, so we stand recessed, and we're going to take about a 7-minute break.
I didn't mean to bother you on that one deal. On the Central Fire Station, I was just thinking out loud, if that's something we want to do. I'd like to know, I'll tell you what I offer, is another fire station.
Let's continue. We can add it to a CIP, but, it's funny, you had a $770,000 budget, we spent $100,000 on the plans, and I'm not sure the plans may just be conceptual, and it's like, what are they drawing? So that'll be your job. I remember you telling me that, yeah.
Colonel, that's not dietetic.
Still like to act like I'm
I'll work for the next 25
Where are you from? Well, this fits. This is probably he's probably the safest place in the United States. As time goes forward. Strategically, the Army has put a lot of yeah, we.
Test, test, test.
Assistant Senator Nelson.
1 minute. Okay, we're ready to get started. Council, please make your way back to the dais. Council, Mr. Hampton, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Uyghur, and Mr. Harris. Okay, at this time, I'm going to call the Lawton Water Authority meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Johnson. Warren.
A quorum is established. New business, number 1, consideration and action upon a resolution authorizing and approving the incurring of indebtedness by the Lawton Water Authority, herein the authority, to be accomplished by the issuance of Utility Revenue Note Series 2023 or other evidences of indebtedness in one or more series on a tax-exempt or taxable basis at a premium or discount in the aggregate principal par amount of not to exceed $2,985,000, $2,985,000, the note, for the purpose of financing all or a portion of the cost of the acquisition and improving of certain capital improvements in the operation of the water system that provides recreational benefit to the citizens of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city, and pay cost of issuance related thereto, approving the award of the sale of said note on a negotiated basis, waiving competitive bidding in regard to the sale of said note, approving and authorizing execution of a note indenture, the indenture, approving disbursements of the proceeds of the note, authorizing and directing the execution of the note and other documents relating to the transaction, designating a trustee registrar and paying agent, authorizing the issuance and securing the payment of the note, approving and authorizing officers of the authority to take action and execute all related instruments and documents to effect said issuance and containing other provisions related thereto, and taking of other action with respect thereto. Tim.
Thank you, board members. The Water Authority entered into a concession lease with Schoolhouse Slough, Inc. Back in May 28th of 1997, under which Schoolhouse Slough, Inc. assumed control in the operation of Lake Latonka Schoolhouse Slough concessionary. And that lease remained in effect until about December 31st of last year. Now, the lease at the time requires Schoolhouse Slough to be compensated for improvements made during the term of the lease. And the lease states that a succeeding lessee would be required as a precondition of being granted a lease on the premises to purchase the buildings and improvements based on the structural value. And so since the termination of the lease in December of 2022, December 31st of 2022, the city has operated the concession area while possible options regarding the future operation of concession area are being explored. One issue identified is that if a new lessee is brought in to run the concession area, the new lessee will have to purchase the improvements. This is problematic because one, the three appraisals range from 2.7 million up to 3.1 million, which limits the number of entities financially able to take on a concessionary lease. And two, it perpetuates a situation where the value of the improvements are increasing as further improvements are being made. And so one solution that was being looked at and explored would be for the Lawton Water Authority or the city to purchase the improvements that were made during the lease and include in any future concessionary lease language that any future improvements made are owned by the city and or the Lawton Water Authority or the city. And so we're bringing this item to you as a finance option to look at purchasing those improvements, and we're looking at either the Water Authority or the city, preferably the city, to be the owner of those improvements. And again, we have David Floyd from our bond counsel, Floyd and Driver, to discuss this item further.
David.
Okay, good afternoon. As Tim kind of gave you the background history on this, what we're proposing is utilizing currently existing revenues from the water system as a payment method to repay debt incurred to acquire the improvements to the Schoolhouse Slough recreation area. We are proposing issuing $2.985 million to be secured by those revenues. We are asking you to waive competitive bidding with regard to the sale of the note. And what that does is that authorizes Chris Gander, who is your financial advisor with BOK Financial Securities, to enter into direct negotiations with banks and other lending institutions to achieve the most favorable rates and terms for the note. If you approve this, we will go forward with the issuance of this note with identifying a purchaser and going forward with the note closing. This will be privately placed with an institution or bank, whoever we can identify that will offer the best terms. We are aiming for a roughly 10-year repayment period. Now that'll be driven by market factors, and Mr. Gander will negotiate all of that on your behalf. Happy to answer any questions you may have. This will be issued through the Lawton Water Authority, and because of that, this will go into item 20 back in your council agenda item. Whenever the authority incurs debt, the beneficiary of the authority has to give its approval, so the city council will have to approve the actions of the authority.
So just for the public's benefit and new council members' benefit, explain waiving competitive bidding in regard to the sale of said note.
Ordinarily, when debt is issued by a city, it is required to be done so by a competitive bid process. However, for something like this, where we're dealing with specified revenues and not a full-on property tax pledge, the pool of potential buyers is narrower, and they're looking at different things than someone that is just buying a property tax pledge. So by foregoing the competitive bidding requirement, you are authorizing the financial advisor to directly negotiate with those more kind of specified buyers that are used to purchasing a credit like this, and you are likely to obtain more favorable terms through a direct negotiation than you would be with just a competitive sale.
Council, do you have any questions or a motion? Mr. Harris.
So specified revenues means what? How is this going to affect the average citizen is it going to be on his water bill? Is it going to be something else?
This is not intended to impact the citizens at all. These are excess revenues that are above and beyond what has already been pledged for existing debt service, and they meet the debt service coverage requirements that your other debt has. So these are water revenues that are currently being collected that are not pledged to anything else and are thus available for this note. So we're not contemplating a rate increase or anything like that that will impact your citizens.
Thank you.
John.
David, under what authority can council waive the Competitive Bidding Act, a state statute?
Under the state statute, that requires a 3/4 vote of the city council, so we do need a supermajority to approve waiver of competitive bidding.
Further questions or a motion?
Mayor and council, I make a motion to approve this resolution.
Have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Johnson? Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur?
Can I have a motion to bring the city council meeting back from recess?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we bring the city council back from recess.
And I have a motion and a second to bring the city council back from recess. Please vote. And the motion to come back is 8-0. Brings up item number 20, consideration and action upon resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city, authorizing and approving the incurring of indebtedness by the trustees of the Lawton Water Authority, herein the authority, to be accomplished by the issuance of its Utilities Revenue Note Series 2023 or other evidences of indebtedness in one or more series on a tax-exempt or taxable basis at a premium or discount in the aggregate principal par amount of not to exceed $2,985,000, $2,985,000, herein the note, for the purpose of financing all or a portion of the cost of the acquisition and approving of certain capital improvements in the operation of the water system that provides recreational benefit to the citizens of the city, and pay cost of issuance related thereto, providing that the organizational document creating the authority is subject to the provisions of the indenture authorizing the issuance of said note, approving the award of the sale of said note on a negotiated basis, approving the waiver of competitive bidding with respect to the sale of said note, and all matters related thereto, including execution of all related documents thereto, and declaring an emergency. Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. So as we talked about just a minute ago when we were in the authority meeting, this is the companion item to what the authority just voted on. It's essentially the city as the beneficiary ratifying the action of the authority to incur indebtedness. And David, if you have anything more specific.
No, Tim, I just would like to point out that you are not assuming any additional obligations or incurring any liability as the city for doing this. You are just saying that we give our blessing for the authority to issue this step.
And this does require also a supermajority, correct?
Yes, it does, because you are approving the waiver of competitive bidding by the authority.
Questions or a motion?
Mayor, council, I make a motion to approve the proposed resolution.
I have a motion for approval
Second.
and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Number 21, provide a presentation and update on current engineering department road projects that are in accordance with the True North Culture Statement, providing more efficient service to the citizens of Lawton, and take action as deemed necessary. Joe Painter.
Mayor and Council, I have about a 2-hour presentation for you today. But I'm going to try to shorten it to about 10 minutes, if I can. I'd like to start with our update with our favorite problem child, Gore Avenue from 67th to 82nd Street. We have made some good progress. Our utility companies that have been holding us up, AT&T and Summit, are buttoning their relocations up. So we are getting that closed out finally. We had a meeting with ODOT. They reviewed the 90% plans. We had some minor changes, which means we'll be at 100% plans very shortly. They then will go through an internal ODOT process, approving the plans, and they will put it out for their letting. We call it bidding, they call it letting, in February or March. As a reminder, one of the items we had to get out of the way before we did the Gore Boulevard project was relocate our own utilities, and that's a water line we constructed for Rusty from 67th to 82nd Street. Also, as a reminder, we have finished up all of Phase 1 ad valorem residential street projects. They are all complete to date. We have started on the Phase 2 Ad Valorem Street projects. Phase 2B had its right-of-way done before Phase 2A, so we let Phase 2B first. We are currently advertising Phase 2A and will actually open bids for it tomorrow. Just a reminder of where Phase 2B Ad Valorem streets are. They're all over the city, just like the Ad Valorem Phase 1 streets were. 38th Street is our Phase 3 Ad Valorem project. It is on hold just for a little bit because we found out we also had a water line from Gore to Bishop that needed to be relocated. We did get some funds through Rusty and some of the work he's doing, so the Ad Valorem funds won't be paying for this Ad Valorem relocation. But we need to get it done first. We're buttoning up those construction plans currently for the water line relocation. This is just a reminder of all your Ad Valorem Go Bond projects are throughout the entire city. This is just numbering all the roadway projects. So by the time we finish 38th and Sheridan Road, you see on there down at the bottom, number 32, we're actually hiring the consultants to start design on it next week. That will be 32 roadway projects we would have completed. Yes, on the Ad Valorem. By the time we finish Sheridan, we'll have 32 complete. We have 33 to 37 left to complete on the first Ad Valorem. We did an Ad Valorem extension, we did an Ad Valorem extension so we could complete 33 through 37 on the list you'll see on your screen and add all these bridge projects that needed to be done. The primary bridge projects we have been working on are the two bridges. There's actually 5 of them. There's 2 bridges on 11th Street, sister bridges built at the same time. They need to be completely replaced. It will probably be the second bridge project we start because we're still working on right-of-way and environmental issues with it. The one we will do first is actually Northeast 29th Street. You guys just approved the plans for advertising and bidding. So we have the finances secured and we'll advertise and bid that and get that hopefully constructed here soon. The next project we hope to get started on is the rehabilitation of the Cache Creek or the Cache Road bridges over Wolf Creek. And they just needed rehabilitation, not replacement. And that was to get the load limit back up so the fire trucks can cross the bridges again. Lee Boulevard is a major complex project. Just as a reminder, we did an initial study of what we needed to do on what we called our Lee Boulevard project. It's a little confusing, but we also included Goodyear Boulevard from Lee to Cache as part of that, what we called our Lee Boulevard project. We've completed Lee Boulevard from 97th, which is Goodyear, to 67th Street. It was a mill and overlay project, a pretty substantial one with a lot of patching and stuff. What's significant about this slide is we're still waiting on getting reimbursements from the EDA, which we're, cross your fingers, we're hopefully going to get $2 million reimbursed of our $2.6 million we spent. So that's a huge, huge savings for us. The next project that'll come on Goodyear is what we call Goodyear Phase 1, which is Goodyear from the railroad track to Cache. We're working on securing the loan for that so we can get that project out and advertised and bid. After that will come Phase 2 from the railroad to Lee. Phase 3 on there is that little bit of red. That's in our Lawton wetlands down there. It has some environmental issues, so it may take some time to get that one ferreted out. Our major project, our $20+ million project, is what we call our US 62 interchange, which is not only putting an interchange on US 62, but extending Goodyear up to US 62 for that interchange. During the process, we went through options from A to G, and we ended up picking G, which is a modified diamond interchange. We are currently at 30% plans. ODOT will be funding $16 million of the construction cost of that. But this is one of these projects, we have to get everything ready up to construction. So it's on us to get the design done, the right-of-way, and all the utilities relocated. And we're about 30% plans, and we're getting ready to start talking to landowners about purchasing easement from them. This is our This is our pavement assessment program, which we completed. We just wanted to show this. This is an option. They collected a lot of data, and there's things that we can continue and go back ask for. And Cliff, one of my engineers, wanted to know what cracks had been sealed and what cracks needed to be sealed, which is data they did collect. So they're going to go back and pull that out for us and quantify that for us and give that to us. I added in sidewalks just because we replaced most of our sidewalks as part of a roadway project, but we do have an independent sidewalk project done. We've completed almost all of our $2 million contract with our first on-call sidewalk contractor. Work order number 6 will have spent all of that $2 million. And I've been working with Joe Don to we didn't budget enough. We got done quicker than we thought we would get done. So we need to come up with some more money to budget for some more on-call sidewalk project to keep that going, but we're working on that right now. We did get a TAP grant from ODOT, and it's a little different. It's for sidewalk, but they kind of control it a little differently, so we have to hire a consultant that they actually hire. We're in the process of signing the contract with Carver, actually, to design this sidewalk for us. And we're getting ready to get them started on design shortly. With that, do you have any questions?
So actually I do. And really, a lot of it's comment. Can you go back to the Goodyear Boulevard?
Yes, sir.
Not the extension.
That one?
So what is our total estimated cost of Goodyear Boulevard from Lee to Cache?
It is
15.3?
Yes.
Is that from Lee Railroad?
That's from Cache to Lee.
Does that include the on-ramps?
Yes, you guys just approved the $5 million grant from the Commerce Department today.
Okay, and that was item number 11, and we didn't pull it, but I wanna kudos to Joe for working so hard to get that $5 million grant. And I am a little concerned that this thing seems like it's dragging on. What can we do to speed this process up?
We're right there. We're about to secure the loan that will get this off I-Center and going.
Okay, so when will this be going to bid?
If we get the loan secured in next month.
Yeah, one of the last times I talked to Chris about this was a few weeks ago, and we were looking at mid-December before we can secure the loan for this particular project. That's when we should be able to bring that loan back for you to approve.
Okay, so we'll be putting this out for bid around the first of the year.
We'll beat that.
We could put it out for bids, knowing we're going to secure a loan.
Oh.
We could put it out for bids maybe starting in November. But
Okay.
you know that December's kind of a tough month to do anything. So it would probably be January before we possibly open bids. But if we could get started advertising, maybe we could expedite that a little
Okay,
bit.
now go back one more to the Lee Boulevard, you know, where you showed the Lee and Goodyear. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And you showed the phases of the Lee, okay. Now Goodyear we called it the Lee Boulevard project, but it included Goodyear, and Goodyear was Phase B. We're going to be constructing that. Have we started the engineering on Phase C, or I've even heard that may be broken into 2 projects?
It
Have we
is.
started the engineering, man? Here's why I'm asking. I don't want any delay. We can't, because those are both industrial corridors, we can't have them down at the same time because they are the way people get to work around here. We can't have them down at the same time, but we can be ready to go with C as soon as Goodyear Boulevard Phase B is done. And I want to make sure that's the timetable we have.
The budgeting for hiring the consultants on those phases in fiscal year '25 right now. That's where it's scheduled.
Okay, that's not going to work. Why is that? Why can't we get those consultants hired now?
Well, we could. That's just how we put the budget together. We had a lot of work, but we could work on seeing if we can move that up.
Okay, hold on for me just a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna ask the Streets Committee to stay on top of this because, and City Manager, we can redo those budgets to come up with the money so that Phase C is not delayed, that it begins within 60 days, say, of the end of Phase B.
And I might add, we had decided to jump to 38th to 52nd to do it first because it was like the worst section there.
Yeah.
And then come back and do 52nd to 67th.
Yeah, and that's okay if you want to do that. I just want to keep it moving. And I don't want, we've had a considerable amount of time from finishing Phase A to the beginning of Phase B. Now, I know from your standpoint we haven't, but from the citizen standpoint, we have. So, so I think you get my point. Streets Committee's on it, City Manager's on it. Any other comments on this? Mr. Harris.
Joe, what's the time frame on the Goodyear extension then after we complete Goodyear Boulevard?
It's a good 12-month project. It's a large project, and then it's probably 12 months for the whole Goodyear from Lee to Cash to get everything done.
No, Goodyear from Cash to Quanah Parker, the extension.
Oh, the US 62?
Yes.
It is scheduled on ODOT's fiscal year 25, which is that's our calendar year, October 25 is when that's scheduled to be out for bidding and
So
letting.
2 years from now before you even bid on it.
Yes, we have a lot of work to do.
And then completion time on that, you estimate?
Oh, I couldn't.
A year
I'd
and
have
a
to
half?
get back to you on that. That's probably 18 months or so.
So-
That big interchange, it's a major project.
By fiscal year 27, we should have that interchange up and going and taking the load off of our city streets.
That's what we hope. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Gill?
Well, the mayor answered most of my questions. I just wanted to assure everyone that Joe and I have been working together and that we've already gone over the bidding process. This is the first I've heard about the money, Joe Don. That was something I was going to talk to you about, these bonds. So you're saying we'll have that money secured by the middle of December, hopefully?
That was my last discussion.
Okay. So we've already discussed packets ready for bid. We can still go ahead and bid this even through those bad months and be ready to start the first of the year on that section of Goodyear Boulevard. Question on the bridges. Maybe you said it, I didn't hear anything on about South 11th, Wolf Creek, those two bridges.
Yeah, those two bridges are they're total replacement bridges.
Right.
We kind of still are hoping to find some funding. We're still looking for because we have some time because of the environmental, and we have to purchase some right of way. We only have two landowners. One of them's not too happy with the city of Lawton, so
I thought
we're
Had to do with trash?
some of it, yeah.
Okay.
I thought we had all the right-of-ways purchased, but we don't?
No, sir, we don't.
Okay. And we're still don't have those funds secured for those two bridges?
Yeah, well, it'll be funded in full by ad valorem funds, unless we're hoping to find some grants or
Okay.
some other things out there to supplement that.
So what's your estimated time that we're going to start that?
It's hard to say about with the issues with the landowner making him happy and purchasing the right of way. So that's kind of.
Well, now, I understand the state gave us a timeline on that. Is that correct?
What's that?
The state of Oklahoma gave us a timeline to get those fixed?
No, we did. It was one of the things we're also selecting is every 2 years we evaluate all the bridges in the city and they rate them. And these were our worst bridges, and this bridge is about ready to be closed. If we don't get it replaced soon.
That's
So
my
we have to
point.
get it replaced.
It's number one priority, number one on.
Yeah, 29th Street was because we closed it, but yeah, it's
Well, this
close
is-
second.
All bridges are important, but number one was, it's a lot more traffic.
It carries a lot of traffic,
Yeah, and
yes,
and
sir.
it's also a major artery out of the city.
Yes, it carries a lot of traffic.
So on our schedule, streets and bridges, that's number one, and has been presented as number one. So it's something we'll have to work on because we don't need to leave that indefinite.
No, sir,
It's
we're
gotta-
not.
It's got to start, so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren, I got it easier, mine's easier. I don't need time or any of that. Forward a few to the sidewalks. You had talked about north of Lee Boulevard.
Nope. I went too far.
You talking about?
Which one?
You were talking about sidewalk north of Lee Boulevard, out to 45th. I didn't ever see it. I just heard you talking about it.
Oh, well, we'd probably need my sidewalk guy here for that. I don't. But one thing we do need to do is these were priorities we went over with council on our first on-call sidewalk projects. We do need to do when we get a new on-call contractor is get a new priority list. And that's when we can probably discuss which, there is a lengthier list of sidewalks to do that we have discussed. I don't remember which priority that one was.
I just heard that you had said just earlier, you said something about, I don't know if we were getting a grant for it.
We have a TAP grant.
That's the one.
That's the one. East Gore Boulevard from 45th to 51st, and
Gore Boulevard. Okay, now I'm tracking.
East Gore, Flower Mound to 45th Street.
I was trying to envision it on Lee and it wasn't working.
Yeah, it's on the east side. That was on your list, so we actually got a grant for it, so we took it off your list and we're paying for it this way.
Joseph, the TAP grants, that's the ones that in the economically challenged areas?
Yes, sir. We're applying for some more, actually, for some more sidewalk projects and the sidewalk around Lake Helen.
Okay, and we had talked about it. Is there any thought of sidewalk between I-44 and 2nd Street on Gore?
I think that is one that's being discussed.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Okay, we through on this one? One thing I would like to do, and not necessarily a motion, but I'd like to see us, it's really impressive, the information on the ad valorem and the number of roads we've done. I'd really like to see some press release on that, not necessarily just paper and maybe video, something that really shows that the citizens' money is being spent very well, and we have done a lot of road projects. What happens, it's human nature, is we tend to forget about them as soon as they're complete and open. Then we're on to the next complaint instead of reminding citizens that we've done a lot of roads in the last 3 or 4 years. Yes, sir.
I want to add one more thing. Those are not all of our capital improvement projects the engineering department's working on. We part it down just to roadways and sidewalks. We'll come back with another presentation for the rest of our capital improvement projects.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joe. And that brings up item number 22, receive a report and discuss firefighter retention issues and take action as deemed necessary. Jarrett. Hey, Joe, you got
Mayor and Council, thank you for your time on this. As I kind of termed this the other day in speaking to the city manager, we're experiencing a manning crisis on Lawton Fire Department right now. And what we're seeing is when we start talking recruitment and retention, annually we're seeing fewer and fewer applicants. We're down to typically about 25. When we reach the point of getting ready to hire, the last 2 years we've hired 17 and 18 at a time, so we're going almost all the way through the list. We're seeing a better applicant, I think, is the one good thing I would say with this is we're seeing more people come in, they're highly qualified, and they're able to bring a lot to the table. We're seeing a large number of retirements. We knew this day was coming on the retirements. We've been planning for retirements and saw that this number was coming, retirements. We were able to plan that out and see through our manning tables and start looking at that. But one thing that we're seeing that we didn't anticipate, and it's kind of has hit the fire service, why it is, we're seeing workers change careers midstream. We see people jumping into the fire service that don't understand what it's about, and they leave and they go somewhere else. And so that's something, it's a new phenomenon. It's not just a Lawton phenomenon, but it's a fire service-wide phenomenon. And then in Lawton, we're seeing firefighters leave for money. And that's been one of the drastic things that's been hard for us to look at and start understanding. And all this is leading us to a point where our average length of service today is 8.3 years, and so we're an extremely young department. We're experienced department, though, because we're fighting fire pretty regular, but we're 8.3 years in right now. Since 2021, we've had 57 firefighters leave the department. Out of an approved manning of approximately 150, we're losing over a third of our employees in a little over 2 years. So why are they leaving? We've had 24 retirements, as I touched on, and that was anticipated. We saw that one coming. 9 of them left for jobs outside the fire service. Again, that career change that we're seeing in this workforce. And again, that's not something we can plan on when we go into it, but that's something that we're having to work through as we hire. 9 of them left for certification issues, maybe under some type of investigation or disciplinary issues. We require our firefighters to be trained and hold a certain level of criteria. If they can't do that, then they have to be asked to leave. We do work with them to give them as much time and remediation as we can, but at some point we have to make sure that they're able to toe the line and be able to respond to our citizens. And then the most astonishing number is 15 of them left for other fire departments, EMS, or nursing. And that's something that we haven't seen. That's a new phenomenon. Not much different, though, than what Lawton Police Department went through. So where are they going? And this is where we've tracked our employees. When you start looking at it, what other departments they're going to, nursing, survival, EMS, Comanche County EMS. And the problem with this, it's not that we're just losing employees, we're losing some of our best and brightest. 3 of these were paramedics and all 12 were advanced EMTs. So these are highly trained firefighters that we've poured money into and time, and then just to be able to turn them loose and lose them to another department. So when we start looking at why they're leaving, and when we look at this 15, and what I did, I looked specifically at the departments they're leaving, they're going to. We utilized the JER group, the presentation that was brought before you on April 11th, 2023, to look at the salaries that they're going to. And then, so Edmond and Norman was the 2 departments we lost them to, and then I have the market on there. And really this slide shows 2 stories. It shows the recruitment problem and then the retention problem, because recruitment is on the left when you start talking starting pay, and then the retention problem is on the right when you look at what they could get and end up to. I do have us highlighted on that and bolded. That does include our 5% that we just got. So that is the most current salary that with the 5% bump that the firefighters got. And then I wanted to note that the Lawton Police Department has a starting wage of over $13,000 more than our firefighters. So where are we at today? Our manning, we're 17 people in an academy. We have 7 openings. So every day we're 24 people down in operations. That leaves us to the point that we're calling in 8 per shift. Now we don't have 8 overtime slots every day, but there's some vacation slots built in. But typically we're starting out 4 or 5 people down before we start the shift. By Christmas or by the end of the year, we're going to lose 3 more. So we'll be at 9 people per shift down. The academy is not due to graduate until March. So we're going to be in the middle of this current cycle of overtime, and then ultimately mandatory overtime is what this is leading to. And I can't stop or I wouldn't be doing my job right if I didn't say that the mandatory overtime is kind of getting out of hand. When we say mandatory overtime, if you're not relieved in the morning, you don't get to go home. So you may leave on, today is Tuesday. We have personnel that came to work today expecting to get off work 7:45 in the morning, and if they're one of those 4 or 5 people and no one has filled that slot, they don't go home tomorrow. And then there's a chance they might not go home the next day. We had a guy work over 120 hours straight last week. We've reached to the union, and I am very thankful for them. For the first time in my knowledge, we've instituted an overtime callback list, a mandatory overtime callback list. That list was actually called and created today, where we're requiring every individual to give us 3 days between now and the 1st of January that they're signing up, that they will be available to come in overtime. Because we think it's important that these guys get to go home after their shift. And that's one of the worst things we can do is have someone working a 48. You expect to go home the next day. You expect to go home Christmas morning, and you don't get to go home because you don't get relieved. So when you start looking at manning with overtime and what this does to our department, it creates overtime fatigue. The first thing you start seeing is you see potential for increased use of sick leave, because if I'm sick, I can't come to work. You see increased stress on the employee because now they're being required to work more and more hours. Firefighter works 2,912 hours, where a 40-hour employee works 2,080. You see increased stress on the family because there's more time away. There's more time away for things to go wrong. The other breadwinner or the other parent's not there. You see an increased risk of injuries because you're seeing more time at work. There's not that time to recoup. You see a decreased work-life balance, and you see more mandatory overtime. You see firefighters working 48, 72, 96 hours without a day off. And all this leads to more firefighters leaving our department. And with that, I would entertain any questions.
What is your recommendation?
We had some failed.
And I'm asking very broad, what is the solution?
I don't think it's all money. I think money is a piece of the solution. We had failed negotiations at the start of last year's budget. I think there's obviously lots of reasons you have failed negotiations. We had a very short time frame, and we had a lot to try to fit in a very short amount of time. My recommendation would be to ask you guys to reopen negotiations for the 24-25 budget so that we can have meaningful discussions in a length of time to be able to accomplish this before the budget talks. And so we would go into budget knowing what that new contract would look like so we can fund it properly.
Am I right that we're roughly 25% behind?
Closer to 40.
It would be a 40% behind?
Yes, sir.
Can you go back to that screen for me?
This is just the firefighter pay. This is not including any of the other ranks. This is just the entry-level firefighters.
So it would take us another $11,000 to get to what you're calling market. And I guess that was some kind of average or something maybe.
That was the report that came from the JER group, the same report that we utilized for the general employees and the police department to get their market. This is the same market that the comparison cities, our peer cities, was utilized.
Okay, so to get to market would be about $11,000, which is about 25% of 43, I think, roughly. So it'd cost 25% more just to get to market, and we'd still be behind Norman, absolutely behind Edmond. Got any solutions on how we're going to do that?
I don't. I think it's going to take time. We're not going to be able to take the full bite in 1 year, whenever we're this far behind. But I think we have to look at negotiations. We have to start looking at ways that we can incentivize being a firefighter in Lawton. And I think a lot of that is we have a group of guys that love their job. They love to work for the city. But at the same time, the world has gotten smaller. When I grew up, you drive to Oklahoma City, it was like a day trip. Now we see people doing it every day to go work. And that's just a leading thing. And I know I'm not answering your question about the solution, but I think negotiations is a way to start.
So I think at the end of the day, I would be very surprised if there's anybody up here that doesn't want to get our pay up. I believe everybody does. The challenge is where we're going to get the money. And if I'm understanding, Joe Dunn can tell me, I don't think sales tax collections are up significantly to make the difference probably for next year, especially when you consider some ongoing across-the-board inflation that we have to deal with.
Right now, sales taxes are running approximately where we expected them to be, and that is about a 2 to 3% increase over last year.
Which was spent in the budget, basically.
Yes.
So right now, it doesn't look like we can anticipate increased revenues to base a decision on. Am I right?
That would be correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so the money's got to come from somewhere. And the question, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm open for ideas. What do you see? I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about this. As a matter of fact, I think you've anguished over this.
I'm sorry.
I think you've anguished over this.
I care about my guys. I care about the citizens.
And that's admirable. I appreciate it. So in your contemplation, have you come up with some ideas for us?
I don't have any funding sources identified at this point. I know that we're thin. I know when you start comparing the other peer cities, all of them but Norman are riding 4 firefighters on a truck. We do it with 3. We run more fires than any of the other cities. We make more responses than them. We ran 14,000 calls last year. We're over 100 fires more than Norman or Edmond when we start looking at the numbers. I'm sorry, Edmond. Norman was not that much. I don't have a funding solution at this point.
Okay. Council, do you have questions? Mr. Warren?
I don't know that I have a question. This is an ongoing issue that never gets satisfactorily solved. I don't know how many negotiations I've survived, but it's been a bunch, and we never find the happy solution. I know it's not all money. There's got to be other things that we can do other than just money. And I don't know. This is when I finally leave here. That's what they're going to have a little plaque out here that says, "I don't know what I don't know," because that's my new favorite thing. Because I don't know what it is that makes our peer cities able to pay more than we can pay. We need to identify that because there's something there. I mean, we just can't. I mean, maybe somebody wants to be that person, but I don't think I want to go to the citizens of Lawton and say, I need 25% more money so that we can, bring our firefighters and our police officers and general employees and everybody. I'm not just talking about fire. I mean, it's really everybody. We've got to figure out a way that is not just money, that we can change the way we do things. I don't know what I don't know. I got a cobbled together motion once everybody gets done that I can make and see if anybody agrees. But
well, why don't you just make your motion and let us work to that? If somebody wants to make a substitute, they can.
Okay, Mayor and Council, I'd make a motion to direct staff to go out for an RFP or an RFQ or whatever you want to call it, to find an entity, a company, that can do an exhaustive study of the Lawton Fire Department in an effort to find efficiencies, savings, and evaluate like a best long-term plan, not for this negotiation, not for next year's negotiation, but something down the line. We don't need to be here every year or every 3 years or whatever the contracts are. We need to have a plan. We need to kind of figure out how these other entities are doing it. So the motion would include a long-term plan to be able to pay our firefighters a competitive wage and benefit package, I think that's part of it too, that is comparable to our peer cities without raising taxes unduly for the citizens. including something like more revenue. Where do we make more revenue? You know, do we start an ambulance service? Do we, you know, let's look at that. And by let's, I don't mean us, because I think that's been part of the problem over all these years is we divide up and we take sides, and you've got management on one side and you've got unions on the other, and you know, I think if we get an uninterested third party to look at everything, you know, we put everything on the table. I don't have any preconceived ideas of what that would be. I just think that's what we probably should do.
Okay, so that was good. That was a good motion. I really like it. I'm going to have trouble repeating it because it had a lot of commentary involved. Would you mind reading?
I'll just read what I've got here. I move to direct staff to go out for an RFQ for an exhaustive study of the Lawton Fire Department in an effort to find efficiencies and to evaluate the best long-term plan for the future that will result in being able to pay our firefighters a competitive wage and benefit package that is comparable to our peer cities without undue tax increase to the citizens, including the possibility of providing ambulance service.
We have a motion. Mr. Gill seconded. Discussion or debate? Mr. Harris.
Hey, Chief, thanks for the information. Great stuff. I have about 9 questions here. Currently, we have a contract with the fire union. Is that?
Yes, sir. We're
And that
under
expires,
contract
and that
in
expires when?
2025.
2025, okay. The average firefighter, not the average beginning firefighter, the average firefighter makes how much?
I'm sorry?
The average firefighter, the average person in your department makes how much?
I don't have the average, but across the board, but when you start looking at 8.3 years, the majority of our firefighters are on the low end of that 43,000 because they haven't stepped through all the wages yet. So most of our firefighters, which we just hired 17 2 months ago, most of them are in the, you know, their initial A step. Or
Which
step
is how
one,
much?
Which is $43,000.
Okay, so the average firefighter that's been, your average department, if you split them all up, how much is it your salary divided by the number of members you have fighting fires?
I don't have that number today.
Okay, so then you clearly don't have the average peer city pay for the same.
No, we don't have those numbers available. We can get them.
Do we know how many average fire stations other cities our size have?
Yes.
And that would be?
Mr. Harris, we are debating a motion, and the motion is to go out for an RFP for an exhaustive study.
Mr. Mayor, you cut off a discussion before we had a chance to ask these questions.
It's because you don't appear to be debating the motion.
No, sir. But you allowed the motion to be made before we were able to question the chief.
A motion can be made anytime somebody wants to make a motion.
Okay, so when...
Are you looking for a substitute motion?
I'm looking to get information out to the public according to our True North statement.
Have at it.
Norman has 5 stations currently. They're building number 6 and 7. There's plans for number 8. I'm sorry, that's Edmond. And my fear is if they get to beat those stations to us, being able to do something with raises, we'll see a mass exodus to Edmond. In our discussions with Norman, who has 9 stations, they have 164 firefighters currently. They have a manning study going on. They're estimating they're somewhere between 20 and 30 firefighters behind. If we wait till that study is completed, we'll lose more firefighters. I don't know how we're going to be able to continue to man our current department and respond to emergencies if Edmond and Norman open the flood banks of firefighters and we lose them.
So that brings me to my next question. Percentage of fires that we were fighting compared to emergency responses?
We respond about 3% fires.
And so and I've seen this in action, and our men are excellent, and they've responded to me, and I appreciate that. So we go out, we're often the first person on site by what, 5, 6, 10 minutes sometimes?
We're working with the ambulance service currently as the EMS committee to try to work on what their average response times are. We don't have that number today. We had a meeting last week. Our average response time will be 3 to 5 minutes due to our locations. Typically, we're on scene, depending on the location of the city, because the ambulances respond out of 2 locations. With our 8, we're going to be somewhere between 3 to 8 minutes ahead of them. depending on location.
Right, so if you're having a heart attack or stroke, that's kind of serious.
Minutes count.
And then when we get there, we use all of our equipment, all of our syringes, all of our oxygen tanks, all of our oxygen apparatus, and then one of our ambulance companies pulls up after you've stabilized the patient and loads the patient onto the gurney and takes them to the hospital and collects the $1,500. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of their fees, but yes, we don't recoup any of that.
That's my next question. We get none of that.
That's correct.
So it's a possibility that if, as Councilman Warren suggested, we looked at running the ambulance service that we're already providing, basically, the services, that we could recruit additional income to help fund these firefighter raises.
There is a potential for a revenue stream doing that. I would say today we're not ready. I'm not saying we couldn't get there, but with our current staffing levels, we're not ready to diversify to take on the EMS challenge.
But we do have 2 ambulances currently that in an emergency, in the event that our 2 services, which often are, don't have anybody to respond, that our guys now can transport. Is that correct?
We are not licensed to transport. We've visited with both services, Kirk's and CCMH, and we believe our best model forward as a first step would be a mutual aid model, to whenever the ambulance services aren't available, that we would be an insurance policy per se to be able to step in and fill the need for them during that time whenever we're at status 0 across the city.
Did you not tell me last year that you did apply and get an ambulance license?
No, sir, we do not have the license. That we cannot do that without your authorization to do that. That has to come from council.
You did not apply for that?
No, sir, we have not been to council and have the council's approval to apply for a transport license.
Okay, I'm confused, Chief. I thought that you had, and we've had this discussion many times.
We are a licensed first response agency, emergency medical response agency, which is the same license with the same organization, short of transport. And we can't bring that to you. I can't apply for that without bringing that to you to ask you to support that, because it would incur us to liability and a business model to build a step forward.
I understand.
The State Department of Health requires us to have your support.
And what percentage of our firemen are EMTs, and how much percentage of them are paramedics?
100% of our personnel are EMTs. That's a job requirement to work here. We have 9 paramedics and approximately 60 advanced personnel at this point. There's paramedic, advanced, and basic.
So all of our guys are qualified to do, in the event that we were going to have an ambulance service, they would all be qualified to provide that service, correct?
They'd be qualified to work on the ambulance, yes, sir.
Okay. And so in your opinion, would our city be safer if we had ambulances stationed in further out locations instead of all of them being within 1.5 square miles?
We would be in a better location, a better position to treat patients if we were able to diversify our ambulances across the city, yes.
Awesome. Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
I guess this is an oversimplification, or else that's my ability with numbers. But Edmond and Norman have a much better tax base than we do, right? I mean, so isn't that kind of obvious?
Actually, when we did some benchmarking, although it was for 1 year and there was a little confusion, the amount of taxes per citizen we were above them. If you don't include the utility income, because there was confusion about they have their own electric company, so that blew that open. They do not have ad valorem in Edmond.
Okay, I was just thinking there's so many things to do, for example, in those cities, that you're bound to have more sales tax and that sort of thing. So
They have lower sales tax rates.
I knew that.
And when our audit is complete, that will be brought up. Any further discussion or debate? Mr. Warren?
No, I was just going to touch again, and the discussion that's been going back and forth, that's basically what the study would be about, is to find that, and not to say that anybody's not being truthful, but to find that true, unadulterated reality, whatever that is.
Oh, that's why I second.
Third party. Other discussion or debate? Please vote. Need one more. There it is, 8-0, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Number 23, per the recommendation of the Streets and Bridges Council Committee, consider approving a list of 13 street repair candidates for milling and overlay to be included in the 10 Wins for the Citizens On Target, On Time project, including any floor amendments, and take action as deemed necessary. Mr. Gill.
We're going to go over a lot of streets, but all my firemen are leaving. I'm happy to say that the Streets and Bridges Committee did meet. We selected 10 streets, as the council is aware. They approved them. They went out for bid. So our first 10 streets are in the process of being bid right now as we speak. They will be opened on November the 3rd, which is coming up pretty quick. It's been almost that many days, and they will be presented, the low bidder will be presented. The most responsible low bidder, I might say, will be presented to the council on November the 7th for approval, which it'll take that low bid contractor a few days to get his bonds together, his contract signed and back, and we can start construction on these streets, milling and resurfacing. So we'll be able to see change, good change in the city of Lawton, hopefully before Christmas. No reason we couldn't. So that's good. We had also, at the same time, this last meeting we picked 13 more streets, which the council has a list of those on their agenda today. We had, we're going to only pick 10, but we had a couple of other candidates, so we just rounded it off at 13. That's a good number. So we have 13 more, and I'm going to ask today to approve these after we discuss them, if there is any discussion. Also, we're working on the bridges, not maybe quite as fast as we can go. We do have some holdups, so Joe and I are going to work real close on some of this to try to get some of the bridges going also. But remember, this program, this is the mayor's 10 wins for the city of Lawton. And so we have to remember this is milling and overlay on these first 10 streets, this 13 streets, another 10 and another 10, all by the end of the year. We'll at least have the packet together. We won't be able to go out for bids on all of them. But remember, these are mill and overlay, so it's going to be something done fairly fast. Really will be a great improvement for the city of Lawton. Has nothing to do with our pothole or crack replacement. All of the maintenance that we're doing have nothing to do with the new roads, all the ad valorem and CIP projects. This is all in addition to these. So we want to keep that in mind. Some people think that we're going to tear some of these streets up, concrete streets and all. This is mill and overlay. It'll make a big difference and help transportation get around a lot smoother in Lawton. So that's my report, and I'm going to make a motion at this time that we approve these 13 streets as listed on the agenda.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Discussion or debate. Now, I appreciate the aggressiveness of the Streets Committee and the staff working together. You're ahead of schedule, because I asked for, I think, 25 by January, so I appreciate that aggressiveness. You're even ahead of the city manager and I lining up the money, but we'll get there. And so today we're just approving them in principle. We're not ready to go out for bids because we don't have the money lined up, but we appreciate the aggressiveness. Mr. Harris.
We may need to make an adjustment, George. I think I need either Larry or the engineer to ask a question about Ferris. Because we put Ferris from 17th to the Fort Sill Boulevard on there, but about half of that is concrete and half of it's asphalt. So do we need to amend that, or do we need to take that street off of there completely, or do we just want to fix the asphalt part of it?
I think we addressed that, and I think we decided.
Turn on your mic, please.
Okay, right there. I think we addressed that, and we decided that we'd just do the asphalt part. Okay. That was your request to do that street, and, yeah, and then we went over that, and we're only gonna do mill and asphalt. We don't want to get into concrete. Now, having brought this back, I believe it was something Cliff was gonna look at and see what his schedule would allow maybe to do some of the concrete. That's another subject for a different program.
Ms. Chapman.
Do you all keep the streets that were not chosen that we submitted to you? Are they still on a list, or
Yes.
is there a way that we can find out if they will be considered, or maybe I chose a concrete street and didn't realize it?
Turn that off and I'll. Yes, you did, but we knew that, and it was okay, and we picked several. And we picked several of your other streets. And Cliff, I believe, has plans for some of your concrete streets in the extreme near future. So yes, we keep all those streets submitted. We look at all those streets. And remember that we have EST Engineering in Oklahoma City looking at this. We also have the study and analysis that we paid for a year and a half ago. We take all that information into consideration, and we use our own, of course, engineers and our own city engineering to make their recommendations also. So there's like 3 or 4 sets of eyes looking at this before we pick them, but we don't turn any away and we don't throw any away. We just keep them there on that list, and we're trying to go in a priority like the most needed streets on down the line. And we're close to that.
Motion for approval. Further discussion, Mr.
Yeah, I just want to say, being on that committee, we do have a robust discussion about making sure that we do get roads in every ward.
Yes, we do.
Just to make sure that we are looking at streets getting fixed in every road. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Chapman.
Could I ask that when you put these lists out, could you also identify what ward they are in for the public to?
We can do anything.
Are we ready to vote for approval?
I am.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item number 24, discuss water recreation in the city of Lawton as it pertains to an environment for citizens to thrive, including a discussion on the municipal pool location, splash pads in multiple locations, and directing staff to initiate the bidding process for a splash pad design build with a time frame on which to go out for bid, and take any other action deemed necessary. Mr. Warren.
I think we all drew straws, and I'm going to start, and I'll let the others chime in. We've been discussing this off and on as far as aquatics, and we have a problem at the municipal pool that's going to take time to fix, which leaves a large unserved group of individuals that, when it's 106 this coming summer, are going to be looking for some place to cool off. After talking with some other council and thinking about this, I think probably the best option would be to, let me start off the short way, and it would be to put a splash pad basically a little bit north and east of the current parking lot at the municipal pool, which just so happens to be the only place in that area that's not in a flood zone. That pool is actually in the flood zone, but that piece of property isn't, right there in that little green area. I think there's one tree that we'll have to lose, but I think that's a short-term solution that will hold us over at at that park while Councilman Hampton deals with SHPA and trying to get that pool running, because we know that's going to take a little while. Then after a lot more thought, I appreciate the fact that that Bob brought up and kind of spearheaded this and got it going again, because we got so much other things going on that sometimes we let things slip through the cracks, and before you know it, it's too late. This is very time sensitive, because regardless of how we do it, we're going to have to go out for bids and get stuff back, and the council's going to have to approve it, and then it's going to have to get constructed, and it all needs to be done by May 1st. Because if we say May 1st, that means it'll get done by the end of May, if we're lucky. But that's kind of my plan. What I would like to do, I've got a motion that I typed out with my little fingers. But what I would like to do is expand that if we can, and look at doing 3 spray parks. Do the one there at the municipal pool, do one in the East Side Park, and then go ahead and build the one that we've already talked about in Lee West. Now, the one in Lee West brings up another issue. We got to have a little parking, because those people will not accept me putting any more recreation in that park without some parking. But I'll quit talking and let everybody else talk. And I just think that spreads it out over the city, and it gives everybody in town some place to cool off, whether you're 8 or 63.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Also, what I would like to see, the splash park that is in the Ranch Oak Park there, we did repair some things. I think there were some buckets and things like that that were damaged. I would like to see more, maybe expand that a little bit. The kids they love that park. I think there were some issues with drainage, maybe. I can't remember. It's been a while since we talked about it, but just getting some more things to do for the kids at that park, so it will require some expansion and some minor repairs.
Yes, Mayor, thank you, Council. I, along the lines with Randy made mention, what he's spoken of already, looking at the pool, we've talked about the pool, and again, we all agree we'd like to see more pools, but these splash pads, I think, would be a great quick response, so our citizens don't think that we just close the pool and don't have a concern for the children to have some place to go in the summer. So these splash pads, I think, would be a great solution that would get all of us, as far as the children having a place to go in the summer times.
And get some recreation at the municipal pool, because it looks like it's going to be a while. I'm going to stop here just a minute and invite Mr. Ferris to come up and speak. He came earlier and I had to put him off, actually because of the law. But anyway, if you want to come up now, and Mr. Ferris lives at 908 Southwest 3rd Street.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
I'm sorry to have to put you off, but that's the Open Meetings Act.
That's all right. That's okay. My concern is that the Mattie Beal Park swimming pool was opened in 1967 as a safe place for all, including persons of color who couldn't swim everywhere in Lawton. The pool was not funded by the city of Lawton. It was paid for by the McMahon Foundation, $84,000 according to the Lawton Constitution. I wish we could build another one for $84,000. And it has been a valuable resource until 2023, when the pool was only open less than an hour before closing for the whole summer. I respectfully request the City of Lawton do whatever is required to make sure that that pool is open Memorial Day weekend through Labor Day weekend this year, this coming year. And That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for coming, and I'm sorry to have to put you off, but
Oh, that's
we
all
do
right.
have to follow the rules.
That's okay. Follow the rules. It's
Larry,
okay.
do you have something you want to say about this?
Sure, I was pretty much going to echo a little of that that was already mentioned and turn it over to Mr. Mitch Dooley, because as the deputy director, he's been working this issue and understands.
I just want to thank the council for this consideration. I really do think that aquatics facilities for the community are an important thing. I was just as disappointed as everyone to see that the municipal pool was not operable this year. We're still working diligently to identify the scope of the issues with that pool, and we made some major steps this past week. I wanted to give a shout out to the fire department because they helped us and our consultants enter the enclosed space in the pit at the municipal pool. We had an excellent response from the fire department to complete that testing. That said, the testing, the pressure testing that we've been doing identified 2 massive leaks in the piping, in the plumbing at that pool that will massively impact its operation in the future. We're still diagnosing those leaks, and we're hopeful that we can get some good news out of it eventually, but we are very thankful for the consideration for new splash pads as an interim measure to look at this year. So that's all I wanted to say. If you have any other specific questions, I'd be happy to entertain those.
All right, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I don't really have any questions. I just have comments on this. We've talked about aquatics here in the city for some time, and it really does my heart good on several personal levels, because I do feel like that there is a hole there, and I appreciate the fellow council members for bringing this up to allow a place for children to go and cool off in those areas that can be economically challenged. Now, I like the idea of the design and build. Is that what it's called, Councilman Warren? Design and build, because we can possibly get this done in an expedient amount of time like that if we can put it out that way and initially get that together. I do have to mention that one of my constituents said preteens like splash pads. But we need to get the energy of the older teenagers out somewhere, and they need a pool. So maybe we can have pool parties around town at people's houses. I don't know the answer. But and then I want to just skip towards the fact that we are looking at monies from SHPO. We're waiting to get become a designated city. That pool could be put on the National Registry for some reasons that I don't need to go into right now, but there is we're trying to secure money for that pool. In saying that, I do echo my Ward 5 constituent, Mr. Ferris. I appreciate you coming, sir. That we really tore out a lot of things in the city that probably could have been repaired, and I do appreciate you coming and working on this to try to get a number. I mean, that's what we need, is a number to make a decision. Here on the council, the years I've been here, when you get a number, it's easier to make a decision about most of the things. So I am in fully support of that. Randy, were you going to read a motion? Okay, I'll second that thing in a heartbeat.
Council, some of this stuff that is in this motion, I've had the opportunity in the last couple of years to visit a lot of cities that I normally wouldn't go to. And that's one of the things that my wife and I have been looking at is spray parks and city parks and what they're doing there. So that's kind of what led to some of this stuff that's in this motion. It's kind of long, but I'll try to keep it as concise as possible. I make a motion to direct staff to put out an RFP for the design build of a 3 spray park splash pad package, each having the same design. That design should allow for operation without attendants or lifeguards or fencing, using ballards as perimeter security and 2 or 3 button timers to activate different areas of each pad that would in order to conserve water. These spray parks or pads are to be located in Matty Beal Park, east and north of the current municipal pool parking lot, East Side Park, Lee West Park, also as requested by Councilwoman Johnson. Include in this package any repairs or rehab needed to bring, I think it's Clement Washington Senior Spray Park, which is located in the George M. Lee Park, to a new condition for long-term use. Also, as part of this motion, we direct the city manager to determine if in-house construction or outside bid is more appropriate to build the first phase of parking to serve the Lee West splash pad and the Thunder basketball court, and to cause that to occur. And include direction to staff to have camera systems bid, purchased, and installed at those splash pads that would be passively monitored by Parks Recreation Department and dispatch.
I have a motion on the floor and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. And that brings us up to staff reports. Item number 25, receive a report from Public Works regarding use of Propel CIP beautification funds for the bulky waste program, litter abatement, and mowing. Larry.
Mayor and council, attached to your agenda item, you have an exhibit that breaks down the wording from the beautification component of the 2019 or Propel CIP. That component was set aside $8 million for litter abatement, bulky waste operation, and mowing costs. This fiscal year, our budget has programmed in $612,000. Up to this point, Public Works has utilized this beautification funding for purchase of equipment, and the exhibit that you have lays out personnel that we would like to hire and utilize these beautification funds to support our bulky waste collection program, as well as a code enforcement officer that we discussed previously with our securing and load covering issue at the landfill. And so just looking at the salaries associated with those 10 positions and the remainder of this fiscal year that we would have, at step one, it's roughly $227,000. So again, we have the $612,000 that's programmed into this year's budget. And so we would still have the remainder of that to continue to utilize for other purposes for litter abatement, bulky waste collection costs, and mowing. And just wanted to provide this information of our intent to utilize those CIP beautification funds for these personnel.
Any questions, council? Mr. Harris.
So Larry, are we replacing the contracted mowers that we use now with?
No, this would not replace any of the existing contracts that are in place. In Public Works, we do the drainage maintenance mowing of channels.
Okay, right, okay.
So this could supplement our overtime for that division as needed.
And the other workers are the ones that we need to operate the vehicles that we approved for you a few months ago.
Correct. We have 4 smaller rear load refuse trucks that we're going to use for our bulky waste collection program. And so these workers would support those.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Larry. Oh, I do have a question. I'm sorry. That new truck is supposed to come in October, the rear load?
We have 2 that are about to come in the next couple of weeks, and then 2 that we expect in December.
All right, wonderful. When is our next report on the bulky waste program?
I don't have one currently scheduled, but we could do that.
Okay. Well, I'm just anxious to see how that helps the process.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, I'd just like to make one comment. I had a constituent tell me that that the old program where they were calling calling in to get the bulky waste picked up wasn't as robust as what we have going on now. Initially, it was kind of rough, but they feel like that really had caught up with itself and things are looking cleaner.
Very good. Right. Thank you, Larry. Item 26, receive report regarding the most common questions and concerns raised by citizens. Dwayne.
Well, it is what it is. Most of this information that we're going to talk about today is readily available on the city's website, but just as a courtesy to mayor and council, we wanted to provide this a reminder of kind of where you might want to turn in the event that you get citizens questioning things that you may not know. In all honesty, you know, in our pursuit of the true north objective for delivering world-class customer service, that's where we're headed, right? Because we want transparency and we want people to be able to get the information that they need. Most of this, like I said, can be found on the city's website. So this is to assist both council and the citizens. On the second slide, you'll see this is our current organizational chart. It's just an overview of the different departments. The third slide, if it's going to come up here, there it is. Police department probably gets some of the most complaints or concerns raised because of what they do. It's pretty common knowledge. If you've got a policing issue, you can call 911 dispatch and get those questions addressed. But a lot of people don't know that animal welfare falls under the police department. And so whenever, with respect to loose animals, roaming streets, injured stray animals, dangerous animals, animals in danger, who do you call about those kinds of things? You still call the dispatch center, but we ask that they call the non-emergency number for those things. Police department's obviously made up of 6 different divisions, and you can call the police department and get information from the officer at the front desk pretty much anytime you need it. Under Public Works, they have 7 different divisions, and they obviously utilize staffing to address all kinds of different issues with their streets and traffic control, solid waste. And I'm not going to read each slide to you because the information is readily available, but what I will do is touch on the most common complaints or concerns, and that's like your potholes for street repairs, things like that. We have lots of issues on occasion with traffic signals, recently with the power outages. And with that, I want to take just a moment because that's something that we've delved off into. Our electronic maintenance division, Dave Dixon, is currently in the process of designing a battery backup for signals. He's costed out and actually looked at the things that you can go out and buy, but he is designing an in-house system that will operate our signals for lengthier periods of time for battery backup that we can deploy. They would be transportable from one intersection to another, ranging from full usage of the entire intersection to the flashing red lights. I've told him already, based on what he's shown me and described to me, that he may have something he may want to patent or put out there. But it's really exciting to see him put his knowledge and stuff together to make that happen. Questions regarding weekly residential refuse for the picking up the trash as well as a bulk pickup. Those are all different areas that deal with public works. Public utilities has 8 different divisions. Mainly your water distribution and sewer systems are typically associated with the public utilities. Most frequent types of complaints or issues that come up are leaking water in city-maintained areas, repairs and replacements for sewer lines, and things of that nature. When you see water running down the street and it doesn't seem like it should be there because it hasn't rained in a week or 2 or maybe 2 months, that's a sign there's something up. So who do you call? You call public utilities. And then our finance department, and poor Joe Don and his revenue services, they have undergone a tremendous amount of change in the last few years since we've taken on Tyler. And, we're still fighting through a lot of that, but the billing issues, Those are issues that come up on a pretty frequent deal. We have a lot of people out there that may not get around on a computer as easily as others. And so they often will need help in accessing that information and setting up accounts, things like that. Jodan and those lovely ladies over there in Revenue Services are working hard to try to make that happen in as efficient time period as they can. They'll also help you troubleshoot if when you're registering your accounts. With that, those are the most common. Well, we have planning and community services. I forgot about them. There's 4 divisions there, and this is another one that you're very familiar with. I know each and every one of you sitting up there get lots of calls about tall grass and weeds, dilapidated structures, things like that. Junk and debris. These are all common issues that constituents are going to call you and ask you about that fall under the planning and community services, specifically neighborhood services. One thing that, in talking with Charlotte earlier today, that she raised was there's a common misconception out there that the fiber that's going in, utility companies that are coming in, they're actually responsible for that, cleanup and repair and things of that nature. A lot of people want to call the city and think that we're going to come out and fix that, but it's actually, they have their own complaint lines and they tackle that on their own. And then oftentimes we'll get questions about zoning ordinances. Last but not least, streetlights. There's a common misconception that the city operates and maintains all the streetlights in the city, and that is not true. Streetlights within the city of Lawton are maintained by the Public Service Company of Oklahoma, and the information there for call-in for maintenance on those, there's a 1-800 or it's a 188 number, and you can go there and report those problems. And with that, is there any questions?
Dwayne, I have just a quick question, not really even a question, but number one, on streetlights, if you've got a problem with a streetlight, and if it's possible, there's a tag on that pole, you can get that tag number when you call PSO, makes it easier for them. That way you don't have to tell them what intersection it is or whatever. Do we have, and I don't know because I haven't looked and it's my fault, but do we have a real frequently asked questions page?
So the city website, it's my understanding, the city website has a frequently asked questions section on it. That's something that, if you go there and you're looking for information, we could probably do a little bit better job of providing some navigation there. I was just discussing this. Tiffany Bechtel built the presentation for us today. She did a great job putting all of it together, but I was explaining to her this would be great to have as a link to where somebody goes to and just be able to pull that up on the web page, and then you can just kind of follow it.
And add the phone numbers that they call it, please.
Correct.
That's awesome.
Well, I hope you found it informative, and hopefully the citizens that are listening and watching found it informative as well.
So I will say this, something that happened to me today. I went to an organization and asked questions. They sent me to another place. This wasn't City of Lawton. They sent me to another place, which sent me back to the first place. And I think that like healthcare establishments have advocates, and it's because it's not that you're not smart, it's just you don't understand the system and how to navigate it. Now, you called on here, who you're going to call, and I kind of wish we had a Ghostbusters department where you just called one department and they took care and walked through your item and made sure you got communication, because I do think lack of communication drives distrust and dissatisfaction even when the job is completed correctly. And the moving people around and shifting them I speak from experience, ticks you off. And so just a thought about a Ghostbusters department. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Brings up item 27, provide City Council with an update on FY 2022 audit process. Joe Don.
Okay, you take Joe's presentation, Larry's presentation, and Dwayne's presentation, you jam them all together, that's what I'll have.
You have 1 minute.
Okay, well, I wanted to kind of brief you on where we're at on the 2022 audit, what's happening on 2023, and kind of give you some updates. Right now, we're about 2 weeks out from being able to turn over our trial balances for 2022 to our third-party entities. Those entities would be Crawford and Associates, who prepare the financial statements that you see in the audit. There's also our actuarial, Chuck Dean, who prepares documentation that our auditors use that determines the health of our employee defined benefit or legacy plan for our pension employees. That plan's frozen, but we still have some issues with it we're working through. And then it'll be going back to our audit team, Forvis, to finalize and present. We're still pushing for a December 31 time frame for delivery of the audit. But with Thanksgiving rolling around and Christmas coming up, it may be into January before we actually get that done. Because I'm going to convey to our third parties the importance of getting this done as quickly as possible for us. That way they can hopefully clear off some of the things that are on their schedule to address our audit. The second thing is our 2023 audit. Some of my staff has already moved into 2023 and preparing reconciliations. We've got a lot of the easier things reconciled. We're now waiting. I'm waiting to free my more senior accountants up from the 2022 to work on the 2023 issues that require their attention. So we will move, once we finish one, we'll move right into the other. Kind of talked with that. Our auditors have been on site for 2 weeks now. I invited them to come to the meeting here today to kind of give you an update on where they are at in our audit for 2022. They have a lot of things that they work through and testing that they do, and to kind of let them say where they're at and how staff has worked with them. This is guys from Forvis.
Thank y'all for having me. My name's Theron Merrill. I work out of our Fort Smith, Arkansas office for Forvis. And I'll say we've been here for the past 6 days and everything's gone really smoothly. Today we started on the single audit programs. We're auditing the Clean Water State Revolving Fund grant, ARPA, and CDBG. CDBG is one we typically do almost every year. And I'll tell you, it's going really smooth with the staff. They've been really good to work with. All of them are very responsive. I wrote down a few of their names: Stephanie, Kristen, Maddie, Gary, and Joe Don. They've all been great to work with. On our end, if we can get that trial balance in 2 weeks, things will be ready to go. By the end of the year, I don't see that being a problem. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to add.
So you're going to be done by the end of the year?
If we can get that trial balance, I don't see why that would be a problem in 2 weeks.
If you get the trial balance in 2 weeks, we're going to be done by the end of the year.
I don't see why that'd be a problem.
What challenges do you see getting that to them in 2
The
weeks?
challenges that I see that they will have to face, one, that we've got to turn the trial balance over to Crawford and Associates so they can prepare the financial statements that will go in that audit. That's a challenge. The other challenge is dealing with Dean Actuarial on getting the responses back that are going to be required for that audit. from him as far as our legacy pension plan is concerned. Those are the two biggest challenges that we've got in front of us right now.
Have you got both of them notified so that they're prepared?
Yes,
and
I
don't
did.
put you off?
I've been on, well, since we started the 2022 audit, I've been in contact with Crawford and Associates, if not weekly, at least monthly. And I have talked to Chuck Dean personally about about what we are going to need from him, and he understands.
Okay, and what do we do once you deliver the audit? We accept it or approve it? What is it we do?
Well,
We'll send that to the state.
yeah, they'll send the Single Audit Act stuff to the state, and that will be what they get. But that once they get the audit report done, that'll be brought back here to you to accept.
On January 9th?
That is the goal. I'm not going to promise you the date, but that's the goal.
So, okay, so if it's done by January 31, we see it on August 9th, right?
December
Excuse
31.
me, January 9th.
If it's done by December 31, you would see it by the 9th of January, yes. Again, I'm not going to promise, but that's the goal. That's what we're working toward. I would be I'd be negligent to promise you that.
And Joe,
Do you have all the tools that you need to get us there? Have we provided you the tools you need?
I think you've supplied us with all the tools because we've got a independent contract accountant working on our stuff at least 20 hours a week, and that's all she works on is these audits.
All right, thank you.
Jordan, can you explain to the council what a trial balance is?
A trial balance is basically the financials of the city of Lawton. It shows what our assets are. It shows what our liabilities are. It shows what our fund balance or our equity would be. And then plus it shows all of our revenues and expenditures and how that rolls up. And in the accounting world, those should equal. You know, your debits and your credits should equal, and the bottom line, the difference would be a zero between all of your assets and revenues and all of your liabilities and expenditures.
I know your department is working hard to get there, and I appreciate that. Of course, you know the citizens are watching us, and it has to do with trust and transparency. So I know you understand, and I know all your employees do too. And I appreciate you guys working hard to get us towards that goal. We good?
Okay.
Questions? Ms. Hankins?
Joe Don, think of some other way to reward these young men for their work besides having them sit through one of our lengthy meetings? I'm so sorry.
I've got a question. Mr. Mayor, Joe Don, you were going to bring us a report back on the expenditures of tax money if it went over the threshold of $23,500.
23 million.
I'm sorry.
20,
yes.
yeah.
We actually had a meeting on that this week,
Okay.
and the three of us, city manager, Joe Don and myself, and we'll be bringing that back. We weren't prepared to get it on this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Johnson? Warren? Hankins? Harris? Chapman?
Can I get a motion to come back from executive session?
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Uyghur. Yes. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill.
Executive session item number 28. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma titled Linda Town and Jeffreytown versus City of Lawton, case number CIV 23251. That conversation did occur. It's my understanding we have a motion.
Mayor and council, I move to approve a resolution authorizing the attorneys retained by the city to enter into an economic settlement agreement in the Federal District Court of the Western District of Oklahoma for the sum of $77,500 and no cents as settlement in the lawsuit styled Linda Town and Jeffrey Temple versus City of Lawton, case number CIV-23-251-J, and directing the attorneys retained by the city to prepare and file appropriate documents to effectuate settlement, including a journal entry incorporating said settlement agreement for the court's approval, further directing the attorneys retained by the city and mayor to sign the settlement documents as necessary and placing said judgment on the sinking fund. The specifics of said settlement to include payment of $77,500 with the sum paid to include all attorney fees, costs, and prejudgment interest as an economic settlement with Linda Town and Jeffrey Temple's disputed claims, said sum to be distributed as follows: $39,280.54 to be paid to town, B, $6,931.86 to be paid to Temple, and $31,287.60 to be paid to Town Temple's attorneys Glass and Tabor LLP as attorney's fees as cost in the case. The proposed settlement shall include a release of liability from the plaintiffs to the city. 3, the attorneys retained by the city are hereby authorized and directed to prepare and file all necessary documents to effectuate the resolution of this case, and including a stipulated judgment incorporating the terms of the proposed settlement agreement. 4, the attorneys retained by the city and the mayor are authorized and directed to sign the appropriate settlement documents as necessary. And 5, that the costs for making payment be placed on the tax rolls.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 29. Tim.
Okay, pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss an action relating to litigation, settling defendants and/or other defendants, which actions are currently pending in the multi-district litigation styled In Re Aquarius Film Foams Products Liability, MDL number 2:18MN2873. District Court of South Carolina, the MDL, and case number 2:23CV03230 to resolve claims relating to PFAS contamination in public water systems. That conversation did occur, and my understanding we have a motion.
Mayor and council, I move to approve a legal representation agreement between the City of Lawton and the law firm of McAfee, Taft, and Fulmer Sill for said attorneys to represent the city in an action against certain manufacturers of PFAS and Aquarius Film Foams for any damages to the city arising from the manufacturing, marketing, and distribution of said material. The specifics of the agreement to include, among other things, in the case of recovery, the attorneys under this agreement will receive costs as defined in the agreement and a sum equal to 25% of the recovery if the case is settled prior to an impanelment of a jury. 2, if the case is settled after the impanelment of a jury or a judgment in favor of the city is obtained, attorneys will receive costs as defined in the agreement, and a sum equal to 30% of the recovery will be paid to the attorneys under this agreement. And as part of this motion, authorize the mayor to execute the agreement and authorize said attorneys to file any documents they deem necessary to protect the city's interests.
Is there a second? There is a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 30, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss litigation in the case of Centos Corp. Number 2 versus City of Lawton, case number CJ 2022-598. That conversation did occur. It's my understanding we have a motion.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I make a motion that we approve the settlement agreement and release and settlement of the case Centos Corporation Number 2 versus the City of Lawton, in which the settlement resolves all claims of both parties upon the city's purchase of $50,000 worth of textiles, clothing, and/or supplies and equipment prior to May 1st, 2024, and authorize the mayor to execute any necessary documents.
Second. Do you have a second? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 31, Tim.
Okay, regarding item 31, there was no discussion in executive session regarding the claim involving Schoolhouse Sleuth. That item was essentially stricken.
Item 32.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the review and employment of John Ratliff as acting city manager. That conversation did occur, and no action is necessary on that item. Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss particular candidates who have submitted applications for the position of city manager. That conversation did occur, and it's my understanding we have a motion.
Mayor and council, I move that we employ John Ratliff as the full-time city attorney at a yearly pay of $210,000. Did I say city attorney? Yes. City manager for the for $210,000 per year, a $12,000 interim pay for the time that he was acting city manager, and a severance package, which would also include retaining his current retirement. He would be issued a city vehicle for official and limited personal use, and his vacation and leave would be unchanged. The city would pay his bar dues and any listed associations.
Hold.
Okay.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Do we have a motion for adjournment? Did I hear a motion to? We have a so move and a second. Please call the roll.
Harris. Yes. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Uyghur.
I was going to remind you.
Johnson. Warren. Hankins.
I forgot you could vote on that.
You know, I don't vote on the judge.
Yeah, that's true.